Welcome to the Flat Earth Debate Uncut and After Show. I'm your host Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe. Hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they premiere, and there's also a Ko-Fi, Patreon, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. Speaking of Patreons, I'm going to do a quick shout out to all of you who do support me on Patreon. So a massive shout of thanks and appreciation to Measured Flat, Chris Wouters, Mr. Amish, Sensual Goat, Mitch Kennedy, Rod, The Name's Burley, Todd Wazzle, Jason Hornsby, Christoph Fournier, Flat Earth Travolta, JMels24, Unimento, M, Iron26, Endless, Goldie McKiernan, Retro Bill, Level Plain Poem, Cannabear, Michael Kahn, John Kays, Patrick Gunnels, Banter, Mel B. Styles, Hairy Blade, Mobile Max 777, Rob W, Del West Watson, Unbelievable Productions, Blue Ridge Ranger, Abraham Mohammed, Skeptic 936, Life is Short, Texas Mike, David Wayne Foster, and Dank. So another massive thank you to all of you for supporting me on Patreon. Now I will hand over to whoever is in Discord and Google so you can enjoy their dulcet tones while I set up for today's live show.
And so I told him, I don't use GPS. Are we friends again? He's like, no, because you got people. I'm like, okay, fine. How about this? I will never use GPS again. Can we be friends? And he's like, no, we can't be friends. And then somehow, it's like, it diffused a little bit, and we just started talking about role playing games, and he was back to normal.
Yeah, because he isn't playing a victim. It's not a role he's playing. It's just that at that point, because his job is to actually do seismology and he works with gravimeters, you saying that gravity doesn't exist or something that he has verified, so he tried to model out the flat Earth using seismology and he showed it couldn't happen that way. He then modeled it out as a globe Earth and it did happen that way due to the way the seismic waves move through the Earth and the sensors pick them up. By you saying the Earth isn't a globe or gravity doesn't exist or any of those things that you say, or that science is just fundamentally wrong about everything, that is insulting his work, and he's going to tell you off for that like anyone else who's insulted. But then after that, after he's told you off, he's not playing a victim. He goes back to just being Tony.
P waves and S waves are signals that return to a horizontal plane of reference. You're measuring angle return signals. You need a flat Earth for seismology and P waves, S waves, all those bounce signals. What do you think they're doing? Measuring return angles with respect to a horizontal plane of reference. You need a flat Earth for this.
So there's no horizontal plane of reference for those angles. The references are just seismic stations, and the seismic stations can exist on a globe Earth. It's all about the sequence they hit. It has nothing to do with horizontal.
Right, they're getting return angles.
Yes.
Yeah, well, what do you think the angles with respect to? A globe? Well, no, there aren't any planes of reference. My bad. Triggering? Much? Yeah, you're going to need to reference what the angle is in triggering much. Second attempt. You go ahead, mate. You just believe your delusion. After I'm done telling you off, I'll go back to normal, right? I'm telling you, to get a return angle, you need to reference it to something. It's referenced to the horizontal plane. That's how it works. There is no horizontal plane to reference. Third attempt. Just believe your stupid globe, mate. Just have your delusion. I'm done with you. You go away. Have your faith. I'm done.
So it doesn't reference a horizontal plane.
I'm not talking to you anymore. You can delude yourself with whatever you like. This conversation isn't continuing. Yeah, you just keep interrupting me. You think I'm going to continue the conversation after the fact? You just keep interrupting me. You think after you've interrupted me 3 times, you're going to carry on the conversation? What? Because you've successfully shut me down by talking through me? No, I'm correcting you. It's an angle. How are you going to know what the angle is unless you've got something to reference it to? You can't reference it to horizontal on a globe because there isn't one. You need a flat Earth for this. You've chanted through it 3 times. There you go. Now I've got to actually say my piece without interruption. Now you can respond like a reasonable person, not chant through the top of me while I'm stating the fact that how are you going to know what angle it is if you've got nothing to reference it to? You need a flat Earth for this. Facts. Don't have to like it.
Yeah, so just because this is our first interaction, there's gaps in your sentences sometimes. And now that I know that you're not finished until you actually tell me you're finished, I'll wait until you say you're finished, or there's a long gap before I respond. It's just, I thought that the way that you were speaking and your cadence was leaving these gaps so that people could then begin their sentence. But the angles that you're talking about, there's no reason why those angles must be on a horizontal surface. If you have a seismic wave that is going, say, 30 degrees easterly from your position, and then it returns after smashing into other seismic waves from 280 degrees in the opposite direction. How has it gotten there? It kind of bounced off the edges of the ice wall in order to come back and hit you. It must have gone all the way around the Earth. And especially when you end up with these seismic waves hitting each other, bouncing off each other, or completely circumnavigating the globe, or even just the time difference between the beginning of the seismic wave and where it's picked up from place to place to place to place, all of this must indicate that it's a globe. It only maps out on a globe. And just saying that it requires a horizontal baseline in order to form angle measurements is it's a fallacy. It's begging the question of whether you can form an angle from a curved baseline, or whether a curved baseline is required for those measurements. So please back up that assertion.
No, you need to back up that you can acquire an angle from a curved surface. You can't.
Yeah, it's called angle from a curve.
No, angle's too... sorry, excuse me. No, an angle is too straight. Do you not understand the definition of what an angle is?
Yeah, I actually do. Do you want the definition?
There's two straight lines meeting at a vertex.
Yes. Do those straight lines always have to be physical straight lines?
Stop. Don't waffle through my win.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Excuse me, don't waffle through my win. Excuse me, at the point that I win, I'd prefer you didn't just carry on chanting. Yeah, that's right, two straight lines. No, not one curved line, it's an angle. The return angle will be with respect to a horizontal plane of reference. That's what an angle is. You're talking about an angle, and you do not acquire that from a curved surface. You require an angle, not a curve angle, not a straight line meeting a curved surface. That will not give you an angle. You absolutely, unequivocally will require a horizontal plane of reference, and a global surface won't give you that. You need to reference this angle to horizontal. That's what it is. Now, you inferred that, no, I can do angles with curves. No, you can't. You can draw angles to tangents, but not from them. And that's what we're doing. We're measuring these angles from a horizontal plane of reference to give us these angles. Your response, I can do curve angles. No, you can't.
Okay, all you've given is an assertion so far. So the problem with this is that when you say that you can make an angle from, say, two straight lines, yeah, I agree with that. But those straight lines don't have to be the physical thing that you're standing on. You can make an abstract straight line while standing on a curved line by just looking off on the horizon and drawing a straight line from your eye line to that distance.
No, you don't have. No, I'm sorry, you don't have that one. No, I'm sorry. Excuse me. You don't have that.
Fine to
no,
do.
You're wrong. I'm interrupting you because you're wrong. No, globes don't have that. You have a ever bent line. What is it? No Atmo Day? What are you talking about? No. You're not up to date with the flat Earth debate. You never have a straight line, always refracted, always. I don't know what you're talking about. Meanwhile, in seismology, we're referencing the surface. That's what we're dealing with, the actual Earth itself. We're not drawing imaginary tangent points to imaginary globes so we can form a straight line with respect to horizontal. So you're suggesting that the globe would establish a horizontal at a point on the globe so you can have these angles. No, we're doing it in reality with respect to the surface. You will need a flat Earth to reference these angles to, as I stated correctly initially. Your response curve angle still fails. And saying, well, no, I can draw out a horizontal to a point on a globe, what the one you imagined when we're dealing with the surface, and angles from it for seismology. No, we're not imagining anything. We're measuring stuff with respect to the ground itself. Not imaginary tangent points, so you can have your angle that you can't get from the ground and a horizontal plane of reference the globe won't give you. So no.
So, unfortunately, what you've done there is called a reification fallacy, where you've taken a principle of geometry, which is drawing straight lines in order to get that angle. And even though you can have tangent from a curve, you're taking the abstract straight line that you draw as actual reality, a straight line in reality. So, if we're talking about making a straight line to the horizon and then getting an angle off it like a sextant would do, yes, that straight line will have to correct for refraction. But you're saying that you can't make an angle off a straight line in geometry. And in reality, we have to account for refraction
That's not what I
of
said.
that straight line.
Now he's just lying. I hate this. Now he's just lying. I did not say those words. Please don't put words in my mouth that I didn't say so you can attack those like a little straw man that I didn't say. Those words did not cross my lips. Now you just got to lie. I'm sick of this. Right? You're a lying glurf. Right? Don't make up words I haven't said. You'll get told off. When you say what you're saying, what you should actually say is, what I need to attack as a straw man, and you haven't actually said, and I can't put quotes round. No, mate, I'm not going to have it. No, you absolutely need to acquire a horizontal plane of reference to get the angle, and we are specifically dealing with Earth. You telling me that I'm reifying your imaginary globe with your tangent from it, not to it, when we're measuring the actual Earth. No, that's your reification fallacy of your imaginary tangent. I didn't do that. I pointed out that the angles need a horizontal plane of reference. They do. You're getting around it after having said that you can get it from curves. No, angles don't come from curves. So you have to imagine a horizontal plane of reference that what is refracted but also straight. No, it's not straight then. Meanwhile, you haven't got this straight line on a globe. You need to imagine it. That's your reification fallacy and projection onto me. Also lies by just making up stuff I haven't said. What you need to be saying. No, you're reifying stuff, projecting it, and then making up crap and lying about what I haven't said.
So angry,
Please, can you stop doing that?
Because we get tired of people telling us what we say and lying.
Yeah, they can't cope with what I actually say. They just need to deny it. No, you don't need a horizontal plane of reference. Curve angles. Oh, really? So when I reiterate and point out that it's with respect to the angle that you're measuring and horizontal will be required, you start telling me how you'll get that horizontal that was formerly a curve angle from an imaginary, apparently my reification, straight line to a point on a globe. No. These are your reification fallacies, introducing a globe that you aren't measuring. You're measuring angles with respect to the surface for seismology. Yeah, I'll reiterate it till I'm blue in the face. Your denial of it and then making up other crap I haven't said so you can attack that. It's just your nature as a glurf. You've got to lie to glurf. In this instance, lie about things I haven't said so you can attack them. Meanwhile, you're measuring angles. You're dealing with Earth. It's seismology, right? Just measuring angles. That's all you're doing. The return signal needs a horizontal plane of reference. Facts. You creating one on a globe is your reification, not mine. Don't project your failures onto me.
So, two things again. Number one, I'm happy to say that wasn't a reification. It was just a misunderstanding. I was talking about conceptual geometry, and you were talking about, in reality, refraction will change the lines of that conceptual geometry to curve. But number two, in Tony's measurements of Earth, it's just about the time that the seismic waves will move away from the source or reflect off each other and come back. It doesn't necessarily have to do with the angles, but from that horizontal view, I don't see why you'd need the flat baseline or the horizontal baseline unless you're doing a vertical angle measurements.
That's where you're getting an angle. That's exactly what. So basically, tell me that we're going to ignore the angles you will need to reference for your seismology claim because suddenly the angles need a horizontal plane of reference. So you don't need them. You're getting a return angle. You do. That's exactly what you're dealing with. It will require a horizontal plane of reference for seismology.
At the end, I mentioned that the return angles are across a horizontal. They're not vertical angles. And the angle problem that you're having is at the baseline of a vertical angle. So like
it's not a problem. Why are you telling me about a problem I'm having? I don't have a problem. The return angles coming from a horizontal plane of reference isn't a problem for me. It's a problem for you. More projection. Right, Andrew? More projection? You need to project this crap onto me because you're failing. You're imagining tangent points when you need horizontal planes for return angles. So you're projecting my failure on... I'm not failing here. No, using a horizontal plane of reference when you're measuring the ground for return signal to it is a flat earth proof. It's not a problem for me. It's your problem you're projecting onto me. Like, I'm failing. I'm not. I'm proving Earth's measured flat, and so are you. You need it to be flat for this measurement also. You guys need a flat plane more than we do, because this is your claim of seismology, and the return angles require a flat Earth. Not my problem, mate. It's yours. Don't project.
Your problem is that you're confusing a vertical axis.
It doesn't get horizontals on a globe, no.
Axis. So with the seismic one, that lays on the horizontal axis. So all it is 2 points off in the distance. You're the third point, and you draw the angle between those 2 points.
Sorry, 2 points off in the distance for a globe isn't horizontal. 2 points off in the distance on a flat Earth is horizontal. 2 points off in the distance for a horizontal plane of reference isn't globular. Are you dumb? You just described a flat straight line that you're going to reference, and that is not globular. 2 points off in the distance on a globe is not horizontal for you. This is your problem. You just projected it onto me again after I specifically told you not to. So I'm just going to interrupt you. I've explicitly now told you twice, don't project your failure of not having a horizontal plane of reference. That's 2 points off in either side of you in the distance that form a horizontal plane to measure the angle, the return angle from. Yeah, that's a flat plane that you need. You're describing that with respect to a globe. A globe doesn't have those things, my friend. And you're telling me it's my problem? Stop doing that, please. Third time.
Well, okay, but it is, and I've explained it, and you haven't addressed what I've said. So there are 2 points off in the distance to the left or right of you, and you're the third point, and you just measure the angle between those points and you. You're not measuring
flat Earth required.
But when the
okay, welcome to flat Earth.
Measured,
welcome to flat Earth.
Shows curves.
You need a flat Earth for that. My point is, you need a flat Earth for that.
You don't.
Yes, you do. If you're measuring with respect to a horizontal and you've got 2 points off in the distance, are they points in space?
No, they're points on
the ground, yeah. So we need a flat Earth for these horizontal points in the distance. This is a flat Earth proof that you're trying to project out like it's my failure. No, my friend. You will need a flat Earth for these points out in the distance with respect to the ground. They're not out in space with the globe falling away from them, are they?
So there is no reason why you can't take 2 points...
But you're not addressing what I said. That's non-responsive. Don't tell me what there's no reason for when I'm telling you that these points out in the distance are with respect to the ground. They are not with respect to a globe falling away from the ground, because that isn't points on the ground anymore. You need a flat Earth for this. I'd like an address to that specific point that I've put to you in rebuttal. Can you refute this, or are you going to waffle off in La La Land? You need a flat Earth for that.
My rebuttal is that if you were to try to do a triangle with a curved baseline, that would be difficult. You'd have to do a tangent from that curve, which you don't agree you can do. But if you're doing it on the horizontal axis, there's no problem with creating that angle by standing at one point and looking at the 2 points off in the distance. And just
they're with respect to the ground. I've just addressed this. He's just rinsing and repeating. No, if they're with respect to the ground, they're off in the distance in space on a globe, and then therefore not with respect to the ground anymore. You've literally been non-responsive 3 times. You think you're going to get away from this?
They are away from you at an angle, so maybe 15...
Sorry, what angle? You're not getting one from a globe surface. The globe surface won't give you that angle. There is no angle from a curve. So you describing the angle is you describing the flat Earth requirement. That's all you're doing over and over again, describing how much of a flat Earth you need to do this.
You're confusing vertical with horizontal. Do you want me to draw you a picture?
Sorry, you're going to be sarcastic about what I need with respect to horizontal and vertical. You'll need a flat plane for vertical also. It's perpendicular to horizontal. You'll need a flat Earth for that too.
Would you like...
So you keep asking me what I need when I'm detailing that which you just told me and inferred I don't understand. Meanwhile, for these points out in the distance with respect to the ground, they're not in space with respect to a tangent on a globe, because then it's not the ground. 4th time, you're not addressing it. You need a flat Earth for this. There's no getting away from it.
You're getting pummeled.
So, Nathan, you just said...
So, Andrew, can you conform with a decent sentence without stammering and forming your words as you make the thought that you're actually going to rebut me with? No, these points in the distance are with respect to the ground. The return angle is the ground you're dealing with seismology. The points out in space with respect to an imaginary tangent you draw when you project your reification onto me aren't the ground. You need a flat Earth for this. That is 5 times.
There is no reason you have given me. If something is 200 kilometres off in the distance and you're 15 degrees
200
easterly from
kilometers.
your position,
Sorry,
there is
200
no
kilometers.
reason why you can't
200
go
kilometers
there,
is
and
a
then
flat
you can't
distance.
do
200 kilometers
15
needs a flat
degrees
Earth as
to the
well.
west.
Sorry, you're starting by using a distance that's flat. 200 kilometers, that's a flat distance. Cat got your tongue? 200k, that's a flat horizontal distance, isn't it?
Muted. So,
excuse me, I'm not muting you. I'm telling you that the distance you referred to in rebuttal is a flat horizontal distance and will also require a flat plane. 200k, that's flat.
So you've said that multiple times now,
It's because it's a fact. You're going to respond to it?
What is your reason for kilometres requiring flat?
Because they're not curved.
How do you know?
What do you mean, how do I know? We're talking about straight line distances. You got curvy tape measures. So you're measuring out inches, feet, millimeters, and with a curved ruler. No, they're flat. Distances measurements are flat.
No, you can do it with string. You can do it with the amount of
and with kilometers, we do it flat.
Is moving.
We do it flat with kilometers. Flat.
So
flat.
Can I not get distance? Can I not get distance out of the time and the speed of my motion?
No, you can't get a horizontal plane of reference from a globe for the return angle in seismology.
So I'm going to repeat the same question. Can you get distance by using time and speed?
So what you need for the angle in seismology is a horizontal plane of reference. That's what you need. You'll need a flat Earth for that. You chanting through the repetition of that which you cannot respond and have just found a little segue to subvert away from won't succeed. No. For the points out in the distance, if we're referencing the ground, horizontal plane of reference, that means we reference it for the angles. They need to be the ground. For you, they're points out in space with respect to an imaginary tangent you reified and projected onto me. That's the 6th time I've actually put the rebuttal that destroys and annihilates. Points out in space? What, reference plane in space? No, these return angles need the ground to be flat. 7 times.
If I'm moving at 100 kilometres an hour for 2 hours...
Non-responsive. Non-responsive. He's non-responsive. This is non-responsive. Non-responsive. You're non-responsive. You're not answering my point that I've put to you 7 times when you start talking about distance travelled. No. The return angle is with respect to a horizontal plane of reference. That's a fact. You tried to conjure it with tangents. Yeah, we saw. Because you need it. That's why you conjured it. With your projection of reification. This is the 8th time. Meanwhile, you're talking about points on the ground. It's a plane of reference. We reference it. If they're out in space, as you have so far in rebuttal got to, and then tried to subvert away from, then they are not on the ground and not a reference plane anymore for the return angles. You need a flat Earth for this horizontal plane of reference for return angles in seismology. I thank you. 9 times.
My rebuttal to that is that you can have something that is 30 degrees easterly and then a different point that is 30 degrees westerly at, say, 200 kilometres away. And you can get that 200 kilometres by speed and time giving you distance. This is just known mathematics. We use it every day. Nothing about that straight line across a curved surface and the vertical change as that line is straight.
Sorry, vertical change with respect to a horizontal plane of reference also. The vertical change that you describe will also need a horizontal plane of reference. Go ahead, John. Andrew's done.
You pointed out that he's using a horizontal plane of reference, which means it must be referenceable. And then he immediately used 15 degrees, which is the horizontal plane of reference, and just ignored it. Did he not hear you?
Cat got your tongue?
My direct rebuttal is the vertical change caused by a globe won't affect the horizontal change of the angle.
But you can only describe the vertical change with respect to the horizontal that you need as a plane of reference in the first place.
When we're talking about the angles through seismology, that is along the horizontal axis. There is no vertical calculation to that angle. So the vertical change doesn't impact the angles measured on the horizontal axis.
You have no angles.
Right, stop. You got to think about what you're saying. You're saying stuff that is factual. You're just not thinking about what that means.
I bet $200 you can't repeat back what I just said.
The changes in seismology are along the horizontal axis, not along the vertical.
Oh, great. You send me a DM and I'll PayPal you $200.
Now, just
Nathan,
so
do you
you
have a
can,
problem with that argument?
just so you understand. Now, I listen to you. Please listen to me. The horizontal plane of reference is a plane that must be referenceable for you to get an angle on your return.
No, it is not the horizontal, the vertical change, which would need a horizontal line as the baseline for your angle.
Precisely.
It is two lines across a horizontal
precisely.
angle.
So you need so you need a horizontal line to reference for the angle.
No, you don't. That's only if you're doing a vertical angle, Nathan. That's what my whole argument is with this.
No, if you're not using horizontal and it's not in relation to Earth, yeah, you could point at 2 points in the sky and say between this star and that star is 0.2 degrees within the celestial sphere that I have already used a flat plane for. You could do that, but why would you?
But that's the vertical axis again. I keep talking about the horizontal axis. So it's 2 points on the ground and you're measuring the distance horizontally between those 2 points. You're not measuring the distance vertically between two.
I already said that to you. You completely ignored me. Yeah, the one is intrinsic to the other.
And both of those can be straight lines of sight, or they can act as straight lines on a curved surface because it's the vertical that changes, not the horizontal.
Can't.
What? No. It's not a straight line on a curved surface. It's just a straight line. You're adding in a curved surface because you have a belief.
Yes, it's his reification of his belief that he's introducing into the actual measurement that requires a horizontal plane of reference. He's introducing his belief. He, before you got here, projected that onto me as reification. He called foul, cried fallacy, and said I was reifying what? I don't know, I haven't made any claims. Meanwhile, he's introducing tangent points to points in space for reference planes. I've pointed it out to him now 10 times. 10 times. I kid you not. Andrew's a complete fundamentalist religious zealot. He'll start chanting through me. You know, he's got about 100 sock accounts to control us with his nonsense waffle.
John,
buddy, this is my only account and my name's not Andrew, so I don't know what you're saying.
Oh, you're not Andrew Johnston?
You will hear how many times Nathan
Oh, my bad.
No.
I thought you were Andrew Johnston.
Listen and repeat it.
Sorry, I thought you were someone else.
You've done the same thing again. You've talked about the vertical angle, but if you draw it out as 2 points off in the distance, and it doesn't matter what the ground shape is, if those 2 points, you just connect a line from you to those 2 points.
We're measuring the ground. Sorry, this is a study of the ground. Sorry, you just told us it doesn't matter about the ground. But it's a ground study, right?
Yeah, so the reason...
Yeah, so you're just waffling on about what it doesn't matter when it's our winning argument. So when we point out that the ground has got a return angle with respect to a horizontal plane of reference, you tell me it doesn't matter, then the angles don't matter and the ground doesn't matter. What, because we've overcome your argument with the horizontal plane of reference this requires? Yeah, so suddenly the ground's not important.
No, so what I'm...
Yeah, they do this with celestial navigation too. When we point out that the surface is flat and there's no deviation whatsoever from horizontal, in all respects everywhere, they start telling us that it's not important, the ground's not important when we're navigating the ground. In this instance, you've come up with a claim that's specifically in reference to the ground. We point out we need a horizontal plane of reference for the return angle. You start telling us it's not about the angles. It's not about horizontal, it's about vertical. The two are intrinsically linked, by the way. Me and John have told you that. You can't have one without the other. Nevertheless, you try and deviate from everything that is your claim of angles returning to a horizontal plane of reference so you can measure them. Not points out in space, not points on a tangent you've imagined from your reified model that was developed from flat Earth angle measurements to Polaris in the first place, for you to claim that you're getting curve angles and then change your mind and say that we will establish horizontal. It's not a curve angle after all. You're a double-speaking, lying glurf who's also made up stuff I haven't said so you can attack that in strawman format. You know, you're about as disingenuous as an opponent can be.
So again, Nathan, the angle that we're measuring is across the horizontal axis. There's no vertical involved in it.
Sorry, go ahead, John.
Within the Earth curve mass, what he's calling a tangent has a name. Could he tell us what the name of what he believes the tangent is?
Do you mean the sphere?
No, the horizontal line with respect to the vertical in your earth curve mathematics, it has a name. It's not just tangent, something
Tangent
else.
plane.
What is
That's not what it's called.
no.
Let
What's the
John
name?
let John lead him, Neil.
Yeah, so I don't understand the question. I've never come across.
You
this
appeal to a
before. So,
tangent.
if
I'll
there's an
explain. I'll
argument
make it
involved,
simple for you. You don't understand, so shut up. Yeah, you don't understand. Fine. You appeal to a tangent going out into points in space for the horizontal plane of reference. That's a flat Earth that you'll be measuring, referencing. Flat Earth required. You appeal to some reification of a tangent point out in space that isn't the ground anymore. John's saying that's got a name. That tangent you appeal to. Do you know what it is? It seems we're more advanced in your belief and religion of a globe than you are, if you don't know the name of it. Because I know the name of it. But you don't seem to. If you don't understand the question, I can repeat it a third time. Comprehension skills low. Do you understand now? I've reiterated that which John's put to you about the tangent you appeal to. Do you understand now what it's called? Could you tell us?
I honestly have no idea what you're talking about.
Oh, well, then let John enlighten you. Let John enlighten you then.
Right. Within your earth curve mathematics, or what you believe is earth curve mathematics, what you would claim as a tangent to get that mathematics, it's got a name. It's called surface
level.
Surface level?
Yeah, go look at your own maths.
Understand.
Yeah, go. You don't understand. I appreciate that. You think curve angles would be the most appropriate response initially. Yeah? Yeah, then you quickly appeal to tangent planes because you need a plane of reference. Yeah? In your globe maths, it's called surface level.
Yeah, so like sea level. Is that what you mean?
What, like a level C? Yeah, you'll need a flat Earth for this.
Well, no. So your definition of level comes off sea level.
It's not my definition of anything. It's not my definition of anything. It's not my definition of anything. I've not defined anything. Right? No. It's in your globe maths. Explicitly in bold type and capital letters. It says surface. Do you know what a surface is? Should we break this down for you? Surface means a surface. Level means flat.
That's a tautology.
And that is what you are using for the return angles. There's no need to chant through me. I know it's painful to have the flat Earth requirement you have in your maths and for seismology pointed out, excuse me, to you.
So, level can be curved. Level just
no,
means
it can't. No, surface level in Earth curve maths is not curved. Neither is eye level. If it was curved, it wouldn't be a reference to give you angles for and from. So no, surface level in Earth curve maths, the very thing we've just used and you didn't know, does not curve. Neither does eye level. It's horizontal, as per Euclid. It's not curving. Level does not curve. Surface level in Earth curve maths certainly isn't curved. You didn't even know what it was 2 minutes ago. Don't tell me that surface level curves when your own maths requires it not to curve. That's absurd. I'm done with you. You're just disingenuous.
No,
you're making up stupid nonsense and yammering through me when I tell you off. This discussion started with you appealing to somebody who appealed to seismology, telling a flat earther off when he pointed out that you'll need a flat earth for it. He will. Now I'm telling you off. You disingenuous scumbag liar, putting words in my mouth and making up stuff and saying level is curved. Not in the earth curve maths that we've just specifically referenced that you didn't know where your tangent came from. Surface level. That certainly is not curving. You wouldn't be able to describe the curve of the globe beneath it in reification model format unless surface level was level. Your statement's utterly stupid. Typical glurfed idiot making nonsensical statements about curves in their maths that we referred to that they don't understand as being bent. You think surface level in earth curves maths is bent? No. Stupid idiot.
So, level means no point higher than the other over whatever it's referencing. If it's referencing a curved surface, then level can be an equidistant line that is curved.
Just rinse and repeat. Go ahead, John.
It doesn't matter what you say. It doesn't matter what I say. The earth curve maths, which gives you the idea that level can curve, only works with level being a flat plane.
Okay, so unfortunately, no one gave me maths. They gave me definition. So that's a semantics argument that you're
Sorry, we
equivocating.
specifically referenced Earth
No,
curve
no.
maths and surface level in Earth curve maths with respect to your claim within your geometry of a sphere Earth you reified with a tangent point that isn't ground positions out in space. So no, we didn't make any definitions. We used your claim of your tangency that isn't ground, that isn't horizontal, that isn't plane of reference when it's curving away, and pointed out that in your own Earth curve maths, level isn't curving. When you say, well, I can describe something that isn't level as being level but curved, that would be the surface. No, in your own maths, surface level's flat. Level, not curving, not deviating from anything. And to describe a deviation, that would be a curve. You'd need horizontal to describe it deviating from. I thank you. Earth is flat. Earth is measured flat. This example that you give us, that's flat. You need flat Earth to get this measurement. Just to point that out, it's about 12th time.
So just there, with multiple points, you defined level as horizontal. You equivocated those two words. Do you have a reason why level must always be horizontal and cannot be curved?
Yeah, it's in your Earth curve maths that way.
What maths? You haven't given...
The Earth curve maths, there's only one. It's very specific. It's Earth curve maths. I've cited it. You used it. You drew tangents with respect to points out in space with it. It's Earth curve maths. It needs level to be level. So when you say why is horizontal level, when I'm, equivocating? No, they're synonyms. And they are defined very specifically. And you've got them in your Earth curve maths. I cited your own hostile source for how level won't be curving. You haven't conceded to that fact. That is a prerequisite requirement for you to blag that below surface level there's a horizon called Earth curve. Meanwhile, to get return signals 14 times, you need a horizontal plane of reference. Plane of reference, that means you reference it. Now, it's not tangents out in a reified model out in space. No, it's referenceable for the ground, because that's what we're measuring. It's not the ground when I point that out either, and it's not the angles when you're claiming them, return angles. I pointed this out when you blagged the whole room full of people that this was a globe proof and worth telling a flat earther off for. No, it isn't. No, numpty. No, we measure Earth flat with a horizontal plane of reference for these return angles. Earth must be flat to have a plane of reference. Not points out in space under your reified model 15 times. Hello.
My tangent's level.
Your tangents are level. Have you seen a doctor about it? Is there any evidence you can acquire an elevation angle measurement from a curved baseline?
No. A nice job this morning.
The moment you try to curve level, you're going to end up in a paradox where you can't assert curvature anymore because you've curved level. And you can't get an angle differential for your eye level to where surface level appears to meet the sky. So, yeah, you kind of need level to be a flat plane.
Yeah, those guys need a flat Earth more than we do. And they'll glurf their way through lies and angles that are curved and planes of reference that are out in space and can't be referenced. They'll lie their way through their globe Earth belief when they absolutely, without question, require a horizontal plane of reference for angle measurements for things like seismology. Any evidence of a self-perpetuating molten iron core at the centre of a presupposed spherical Earth?
No. Well, they have the pregnancy test for women.
By pregnancy
use that
test,
on Earth
you mean
too.
P waves and S
Sonogram.
waves. P waves and S waves, you mean?
Correct.
Yeah, you'll need a flat Earth for those.
That'll be using an angle.
Yeah, John.
Yeah, it'll use an angle of incident, which requires a horizontal plane of reference. But you can't really convolute yourself with a point out in space with that one, I wouldn't think, because it has to be the ground or a level to it.
So we were talking about the definition of level. And nowhere in the definition does it say it must be horizontal. It just says equidistant over its reference. Now, the surface level that you were talking about in respect to
The
a tangent,
definition of level,
is that surface level necessarily horizontal and a straight line, or can it be curved?
it cannot be curved because you're going to get angles from it. Your dip angle is from an eye level. So if you curve that, you don't get an angle.
Is the eye level referencing
You didn't acknowledge him.
the Earth
I'm
shape?
sorry, I've got to interrupt. I've gone through that with you 15 times. Now, he's just gone through it with you on a live show, rather than us repeating the thing that we did in the live show, where you completely ignore what's been put to you and rinse and repeat your claims. Can you actually address what he just said? Perhaps you could repeat it back to him. Not for $200, but just repeat it back so he understands that you've acknowledged what he said. Maybe you could repeat it, because I've now put him a gap between. Go ahead, John. Can you repeat it and we'll see if he can acknowledge it?
Well, I can repeat
Eye
it to
level
him.
must be a horizontal for you to get angles from it. It cannot be curving, else you would not be getting an angle from it.
Right. So the eye level is an abstract line you've created. It is a straight line between your eye and something off. Excuse me, I'm not done yet. And something off in the distance. So to claim that that must fit the physical line of the Earth is a failure in logic. It's a non sequitur.
We didn't claim that. No, that's a straw man. We talked about surface level. You talked about sea level. Eye level just has to be level. It's not curving.
So eye level is a straight line, an abstract one you draw between you and a distant point. And in fact, it's not straight because of refraction, something you pointed out before, Nathan. So I don't see how that references the shape of the Earth.
No. That's your all claim of refraction. It's nonsensical for you to say refraction. We're
Yeah,
just
he tried
pointing
to
out
put
that
that
you
on the
So
third
I'm
one.
just
Right, if a point out in the distance is not straight, then it's not going to be used as horizontal. So that's your problem. You claim it's refracted, not us. So that's not our problem. It's your problem. Your problem. What you should be doing is explaining why you haven't got horizontal when your lines that need to be straight to reference are bent. You should be explaining why you haven't got that. I can just say Earth is flat, we've got a horizontal plane of reference, and this measurement uses a horizontal plane of reference. No explanation is required. It is what it is. You need to reify beneath your feet a sphere that is derived from measurements of a flat plane. Let's move on to that. To get the sphere that you're implying for curved geometry, which it isn't, it's based in flat planes being flat. That's what we explained in the pre-show with maths. You need a flat plane to get the R value to infer that you've got a sphere for you to reify. You need flat Earth for R, for spherical R.
You don't. That's just
right.
right.
And
So
level is
when you
having-
draw these angles,
Where'd you get R from? We're talking about a globe, so you can infer that there's some sphericity and curve to account for. Okay. That starts with you reifying a model into existence with the use of an R value. Where's it measured?
so any celestial navigation where you measure the angle to Polaris will give you the R value of the Earth because it's
Flat Earth
a linear
required.
progression of
That
1
requires a flat Earth.
69
That's a
miles.
flat Earth measurement. That's a flat.
Incorrect. And I can
I've got it on
explain how,
screen
if you let
now
me.
for my audience. It's not incorrect. No. What you can see on
It is
screen now
incorrect,
is
Nathan, sorry.
excuse me, I'm not going to be chanted through. No, you are incorrect. That proves a flat Earth. The angle measurement to Polaris for your R value is an angle. One of the straight lines, as depicted on screen now, is the baseline, meeting the GP ground position below Polaris. For the equatorial value, that is a flat Earth. Prerequisite, it must be flat.
So what points does that baseline connect when using a sextant? What are the 2 points that you draw?
Sorry, it's
that
an
line
angle.
between?
It's a straight line. It's not curved.
I'll answer the question for you.
It wasn't a
It's between your
question. It
eye
was a statement.
and
It wasn't a
point on the
question. You
horizon.
seem
Now,
to
I
be
don't know if
hearing
you know
things.
this,
I didn't
Nathan.
ask a question for you to answer. I made a statement of fact. The line between you and Polaris is fact, not a question. Baseline. Fact. It is flat. It cannot be curved or it would not be an angle. This is a flat Earth prerequisite. There was no question in there. You're hearing things. Yeah? What I stated was the fact that Earth must be flat for this angle to give you your globe radial value. it is factually a flat Earth measurement because the baseline forms part of the angle. Ergo, you need a flat Earth to take us on this merry dance of inferring that level isn't level and it actually curves, even though your maths of a sphere Earth with an R value measured on a flat Earth needs level to be level also. So, in conclusion, the R value this man used to reify a model into existence that won't give him a horizontal plane of reference, it'll give him points out in space, was measured on a flat Earth with angles to Polaris. As he just described, angles won't have curves in them. This needs a flat Earth. No point arguing about what curved level will do anymore, because your inference is, because your inference has its genesis in a flat Earth measurement. So I'm not going to take your reification of level not being level when that inference comes from a measurement of a radial value that's flat. It's the end of this discussion.
You mean level not being horizontal? That's what you actually mean? I agree.
No, I didn't say that. When you say what I actually mean is level is not horizontal, you mean you need to invent words I haven't said. I'm done talking to this guy. All he can do is lie and make up things I haven't said to attack. Those words did not cross my lips. You're creating a little straw man to attack because of your failure to appreciate how this angle, with respect to an angle you detailed with Polaris, requires a flat Earth to measure. And that's where your globe R comes from for you to reify into existence level not being level anymore. It's nonsense, and it needs a flat Earth. Here it is on screen. That's not a curved line.
So
that's
the baseline.
That's a straight flat line. Forms a triangle with 90 degrees below Polaris. Flat Earth required.
So a couple of problems, again, with your idea of how sextants work. One, the straight line is between your eye, which is 6 foot above the surface of the Earth, and then a spot on the horizon. Now, I don't know if you know this, but points or spots
You'll need a flat Earth for that. You'll need a flat Earth for that.
Singular point.
You'll need a flat Earth for that. You just described a flat Earth. Just described a flat Earth.
It's a reification fallacy to claim that the line between your eye and that point in the distance is straight, therefore the Earth must be straight.
Sorry, the line between your eye, you mean eye level? Is that the line between your eye that you're referring to? Eye level? Yeah, that's level, definitely. It's level. It's called eye level. It seems that you've decided to change the word eye level, hyphenated perhaps. Maybe you can change that word to mean point between your eye and a distant point that's actually curved. Now, it's called eye level. Do you need to lie about what eye level is? It seems so. Glurf, right? Gotta lie.
Sextants don't use eye level, Nathan.
So you don't think we're using an eye level with a bubble sextant?
I'm not sure how a bubble sextant would...
So that would be a sextant that we use eye level with. You're just an idiot. You don't understand what sextants do because you've just told me we won't use eye level with sextants. So what, a bubble sextant?
Great,
a sextant? Yeah, you don't need to yammer through me humiliating you. Your last statement was that we won't use eye level with sextants. Instantly, I gave you an example that requires eye level to be level and is a sextant measurement with a bubble. That would be an eye level that you're looking through.
With a bubble sextant, what part of the...
So why are you asking me a question? You just told me we don't need eye level for sextants. Yes, we do. You're wrong. You don't seem to be offering many concessions, just offering lies, glurf lies about things I haven't said that you need to attack instead of the words I actually use. And when I use them, you decide that you're going to ignore them, rinse and repeat, and offer a rebuttal that puts tangent points for reference planes out in space for seismic wave return angles. You've lost. You're done. You've been toasted. You're cooked, mate. This is the end. I'm done. You keep making up stuff I haven't said. I'm sick of listening to your lies about me. Mate, I'm trying to tell you that I want to disengage from you. Mate, I'm trying to tell you I don't want to engage with you anymore. You keep inventing stuff I haven't said. You've done it 3 times. At this point, I don't want to tolerate you because you just keep lying about things I haven't said. I don't like talking to people like that. You know, actually, you disgust me. You with your globe belief. You warrant telling off, as you suggested was warranted for somebody claiming seismology and talking to a flat earther when they told them off. No, you aren't telling off. You're a liar. You keep making up stuff I haven't said. Absolutely outrageous. That's all you've got. You've got to lie to have this conversation with me. And I'm done. I don't like liars. You. Yeah, 3 examples is enough. I'm done with you. Need a flat earth for reference planes, for elevation angles, and for return angles in seismology. P waves and S waves, yeah, you're going to need a flat plane for that. Yeah, for the R value to make a globe, you'll need a flat plane for that also. He hasn't acknowledged any of these points. He just keeps lying about me, so I'm done with him.
Yeah, and then he wants to start teaching. No, you've been pummeled. For
Sextons
40
don't need
minutes.
eye level. What about this one that needs eye level? Oh, well, what does blah, blah? I'll ask you a question. No, you're just wrong. No, get lost. You obviously don't know what you're talking about. You need a flat earth for this stuff. You didn't realise. We pointed it out. You said curve angles. Then you changed your tune and started inventing tangent planes so you can get return angles to them, even though they're out in space when you're measuring the ground. We all need a flat earth for this, and he just doesn't like that and needs to lie to get around it. Oh, well, I'm done with liars. We are the ones telling the truth. We don't need to appeal to some bullshit that he hasn't said to attack his argument. We could just point out his argument needs a flat earth. And we did. 16 times.
So did he.
Right.
But he thinks it's a globe.
Well, the thing is, when he was saying that a section is a point of the horizon, you use a dip correction to get to eye level. How are you going to say that point in the horizon is a point of tangency? Is beyond me at that point.
Well, isn't they refracted it in 2020, not realising how devastating that was in this particular scenario? The guy tried to flip the burden and claim that it was a problem for me that it's refracted. Oh, well, then we need to account for that not straight line that we'll use as a reference plane out in space. Really? Will you? No, you won't. You just measure the reference plane. That's what they do. They get a return angle to it. It's really simple. Because Earth's flat. Here's an altitude angle. Here's another one. They've been flashing up on screen the whole time. They all need a flat Earth. That's how they're done. Earth is flat. That's how it's measured. And that's why we're in the politics server.
Dogs is actually...
Sorry, AJ, go ahead.
Dogs is actually in the chat. I was just saying, Dogs is actually in the chat stating that he would like to finish one final point if you guys would like to cover that one final point.
No, I don't want
before I
anything
mute
from him. I went through something that he didn't acknowledge 15 times. So why? Well, he gets to have the final word after I've told him to get lost because he keeps lying about me. Oh, it doesn't matter that I've not... Did he, in the chat, in any way acknowledge the 15 renditions, the fact he needs a flat Earth for a return angle to a horizontal plane of reference? Did he respond to that in the chat? Or did he just suggest that he should get the final word? Did he acknowledge that he lied about me 3 times in the chat?
No, he didn't acknowledge any of that.
Then he can get lost. No, I'll have the
final.
final word, thanks. No, Earth's measured flat in his example. We detail it daily on a show called Flat Earth Debate on the Nathan Oakley 1980 channel. We ask the question daily about any evidence of a self-perpetuating molten iron core, because that has the prerequisite requirement of a flat Earth to claim P waves and S waves also. We've been asking it daily for years. I've put it to him 15 times. He thinks he needs the last word. No. Earth's measured flat, mate. Your example proves it. That's the last word. I will give it, because I won. You didn't win. You had to lie. You failed to acknowledge 15 renditions of the same winning point. So you can get lost. Comprende? Boring for the audience.
He's only going to rinse and repeat.
Go ahead, Neil.
No, I'm just saying he's only going to rinse and repeat. He's not going to come out with anything new.
Shout out to Q Lyric. Don't know if I'm saying your name correctly, but thank you for joining as a member. You can enjoy the pre-show where you get the same exact thing we had in the first, whatever we've had so far, 15, 18 minutes of the live show. Just the previous 14 attempts to get him to acknowledge the horizontal plane of reference that's referenceable out in space, bent lines to it, not horizontal, not with respect to the ground on his globe that he reified. You can hear all that again, if you remember. So thank you for joining. 75 people watching. Please share the show. We're currently in Politics Discord server. So if one of my moderators would be kind enough to send the link through the live stream chat, because it's not the official link to the Flat Earth Debate Discord server that's in the info box, as I suggested in the intro, incorrectly. So hopefully one of the mods will put a link to the Politics Discord server so you can all join the discussion there, or just join as a member. It's a great server. We've had a very warm welcome every single time we've had interactions with them. Mods very, very laid back, but do their job exceptionally well. No complaints in that regard.
Nathan, why is it that they're always trying to move away from the ground? You mentioned it, how they do it in celestial navigation too, and now he's doing it in seismology, because we've proven that a flat Earth is required, and now all of a sudden the Earth is not important anymore.
Because we're measuring the ground flat. Therefore, oh well, in my example that I'm using Earth to specifically prove that Earth is sphere-shaped and the ground is curving, It's not about the ground anymore when you prove I need a flat ground to get a return angle. So it's not about the ground. In fact, it's not about angles when I use return angles to prove we're on a sphere with a horizontal plane of reference to get the angles from. It's not about the ground anymore. Same with navigation. What's that? We navigate the ground flat. In all instances, we need angles off a flat ground to get around and find our position and map. Yeah, we do, yeah. Well, it's not about the ground, because I'm mapping and moving around a spherical surface that won't give us any of those things. So it's not about the ground anymore. Yeah, it is. We're navigating the ground. Earth is flat. Like I say, that's why we're doing tour de servers, so that people appreciate that the winning argument is the one we should be putting forward on the front foot. That's why I stepped in as soon as I heard someone claiming that a flat earther was worthy of telling off by a globe believer because his seismology claim proved it spherical, therefore justified in getting angry with the flat earther. No, you'll hear my disdain when I point out the horizontal plane of reference that's required, because it proves a flat earth. What's that? No submission, just 15 rinse and repeat attempts, and an attempt to get the last word even when you've lost. That's what you've got to do when you're a glurf. I assume the angry glurf was met with a subservient flat earther.
Well, it's funny that he appealed to a tangent that had a name, but he didn't know the name of what he was appealing to.
Yeah, surface level. I was waiting for the timing so you and I could say it in unison. Hopefully that comes across well on the recording.
That's when they say tangent, what they're really talking about is surface level, but they don't want to think of that as the ground. But that's just how the math works.
Yeah, if you're talking about navigation, they'll draw out a tangent plane. That's a plane of reference you can reference with regards to the angles and the ground that you're measuring, the baseline that's on a flat Earth. You'll take those angles and say, oh, no, it's okay that we can put those now in the centre of Earth. All lights coming in parallel. That might as well be going to the centre of Earth on the flat equatorial plane in the centre of hell. Because we need to use this with angles, like off a flat Earth and that, so putting it in the centre of the globe is fine. All light comes in parallel to this plane I've created, imaginary with respect to a ball that I created with flat Earth measurements to Polaris. It's all good. And therefore, level isn't level anymore, it's actually bent. But I'll reference how bent it is from the level that we need to be level. But it can also be bent when level's level to reference how bent it is. That's their argument. It's absolutely pathetic. Meanwhile, we can move forward as flat earthers in this server, telling people Earth's measured flat because it is. And every single example a globe believer will ever put forth to you will require Earth to be measured flat for their claim, as you just saw.
If I get the Walter Bislin curve calculator and post it, or will you show it to everyone so that they know that I'm not joking when I say that the tangent they invoke has got a name?
Sure, stick it in Master B and I'll post it up on screen. I mean, I tend to use the Mick West one, but that's just because of what I'm more familiar with from debating about it for years on end at the Isle of Man. Nevertheless, I know what the maths entails. I don't actually need the curve calculator in front of me to know how it functions now, because I've been dealing with it for 6 years. Meanwhile, it has surface level. It's the tangent plane they need to reference, and it's got surface and level in the name. That's it. That's it. That's the end of the discussion. What's that? Level's curving? No, it isn't. Not for your maths. Where you put a globe Earth edge horizon that we debunked in 2020 with a black swan below surface level. Because that's precisely what they do. They need surface level to be flat to infer that there's Earth curve. We'll measure Earth flat and then infer that there's a sphere Earth dangling beneath a tangent plane that's the surface level we measured. While we're waiting for that model to appear on screen, we'll ask a couple more housekeeping questions, see if anyone else has got anything to add. Any scientific evidence of gravity?
That's a deathly silence if ever I've heard one. I'll answer that one.
I was
It's
wrong
been.
in that.
It was.
Rick, go on.
Yeah, no, it doesn't appear to be any scientific evidence that's hypothesis based and tested and repeated. Lots of people come into this channel, Nathan, and still talk about Cavendish. and say that that's a scientific experiment and proves mass attraction of mass. No one else has brought it up, but I wondered what your thoughts are on that. If you wanted to answer that question quickly, why? What's this Cavendish experiment they bring in? Why is that not scientific?
It's a parlor trick.
A parlor trick that uses level as horizontal because they're asserting a downward force. Down is an aspect of the vertical with respect to horizontal. They're hijacking the flat earth to claim a force that we can observe.
So yeah, there is no phenomena. The phenomena is a downward bias. There is no downward bias. So they conjure one. Amazing, really. 5 years ago, all we had barked at us was there was nothing but science for this globe claim, especially gravity. The whole body of science was claimed to prove it. Now, nothing but silence. Amazing.
Well, we do have GF6, again, the tip of the globe spear, manufactotum, claiming a experiment for gravity in the chat.
Perfect.
He's not speaking up.
Is he in the VC? Can he tell us the phenomena was
he's
observed?
in the VC.
He is in VC. Can we get the phenomena that's being observed in this claim to be experiment from whoever's claiming it in the sidelines chat? Passion Pig, was it you?
Shut up, fag.
Jack, sorry, what was that? Nobody's claiming it. Well, strong evidence. Luna Cat, did you want to make claim to this? You've opened your mic.
Oh, sorry.
Clearly not. Let's move on.
Both of those curve calculators are in the.
Yeah, I popped the one on screen.
Sorry, Nathan.
Who's doing that?
Manufactotum, and he's working at the moment. He said he might get 5 minutes very shortly if you're still around, so we'll hear him shortly.
I'm here for the next hour and a half, probably. I don't want to outstay my welcome. I was here for 10 hours last time.
Who's making those weird noises, AJ?
I don't know. I've just booted one guy who was jumping in, but I'm trying to see who's making the other ones.
That's another housekeeping question. See how clean this hotel is. Oh, there's a super chat to shout out in the meantime. I'll do that first. Shout out to Central Goat. He just sends me money. Maybe he said something too rude for super chats. Thank you for the super chat anyway. Really appreciate the support. No evidence, scientific or otherwise, for gravity. What about any single viable hypothesis from any of the fields of astronomy, cosmology, or astrophysics?
Those areas of study are not natural science.
Again, we've been told the whole body of science proves the globe claim based in astronomy. So, nobody's got any scientific evidence?
Until we learned what science was.
Okay, I think that's enough housekeeping. Have you guys in this server got the general gist of why we've come, or why we're making frequent appearances in the server? If you're a frequent member of the server, that is. I know some of the people here are frequenting my server and others, but any regulars in here understand why we're here, or not understand why we're here?
Regulars on the flat Earth side or regulars on the globe side?
Anyone. I've come with a purpose, me specifically, but obviously I brought a whole team of people along with me, and I'm inquiring to see if you know the motivation for me going out of my way to come along, argue the toss with fundamentalists, and hopefully get your ear in regards to something specific.
Well, it's to spread truth, yeah?
Yeah, like a virtual road tour.
Not exactly. Spread the message that was concluding the argument that was just had with the other chap, who I thought was Andrew Johnston, but wasn't, which is to say that the Earth is measured flat for everyone, including globe believers. The example for him was radial value for his inferred globe with tangent points out in space. The R value came from a measurement of the flat Earth. That's why I'm here, to point that out, so that anybody who's a flat earther in the server can move forward, not with a belief that Earth is flat, not with the truth that they've got in terms of feast of nonsense arguments that infer ice walls or domes, but to know that that's how Earth is actually measured. That's how it's dealt with. Then you can move forward on the front foot.
Most of us are from 24/7, so we don't talk about ice walls.
That's fair enough.
That's good to hear.
Very.
Yeah, we try and stick away from, and I love this phrase, feast of nonsense. I think it's awesome. Yeah, I'm 24 and over here, we try to stick to the stuff that we can demonstrate to be true, like physical measurements and how the Earth is dealt with. We start
verifiable.
Talking about, yeah, that's a good word, Timbo. We start talking about ice walls and dielectric planes and ethers, and so it's not stuff that can be demonstrated, not stuff that we know to be true. So we try to stick away from that because we can get lost really quickly.
Go on, Humble. Did you want to add something, Humble?
I was going to say, I think it's fair to say the 24/7 crew about 2 years ago cast off a lot of the feast of nonsense, and a lot of people left with that.
Oh, really? There was a purge as a result. People didn't like the fact that was being challenged.
More like an exodus, yeah.
Exodus, that's a much better word.
Talking about.
Yeah, that's a better word. Yeah. Exodus.
Yeah, it was like a bunch of Hebrew Israelites left the server.
Yeah, but we could tell you about Genesis.
So Amish.
Yeah, but those arguments that are put forward that we call the feast of nonsense is what allows a glober to stay in the argument.
Like
because you're working in areas that you don't know.
For example, if you claim there's an ice wall, if you claim there's an ice wall, then you can challenge that as a globe believer.
Well, yeah, because it's not.
Or if you claim a height to the stars.
Yeah, a measured height to the sun or stars or moon, that can attack that.
Exactly.
But the thing is, not necessarily on the main topic of why I'm here. That is to say, I want you all to know that you can move forward with a stone cold knowledge of Earth being flat. It sounds like many of you are already well into that anyway, which is great. It's really refreshing to hear. We were somewhere else yesterday that was not the case. So, maybe as people come and go from this server and we frequent it, there'll be people who haven't heard of this and will then go from being flat Earth believers to flat Earth knowers. But aside from that, the Feast of Nonsense, people should be so cautious when they hear some of the claims that are made, because you as a flat earther, if you may not be in this server, there may be plenty of globers in here, but are considered dumbest of the dumb. You're fair game to have lies made up about you, words you haven't said, for example. That's fair game. I don't care. You're dumb. You're a flat earther. It doesn't matter.
Retards.
Yeah, we're retards. Therefore, do what you like to them. Doesn't matter. Well, but with that being the standard, you should raise your game in terms of what you can prove, not open yourself up to speculation, because that will just open the door to more ridicule. So we should be hyper vigilant when it comes to proving things. Sorry, I'm done.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely correct, and that's what we try and do here. We don't go into speculation. We have Speculation Sunday, but we kind of go, this is only speculation. This is not proven. We can't prove this. Yeah? So we have a day where we can go across things where people may have speculations. And then Monday, we go back to what we can prove.
Oh, how sweet. You have a speculation day. Nathan, can we have a speculation day?
No. There's nothing wrong with it. Fine, that sounds wonderful. And it's good that you can vent your speculation in some way. However, I'm not suggesting that I'm decrying that in any way with the next statement. Me personally, I feel it's inappropriate, because even if it's in a humble environment where you've got perceived friends, every word you say will still get used against you, regardless of it
Yeah, of
being
course.
in an environment that's conducive with speculation. Furthermore, just to put a positive spin on that shit sandwich, it's the best bit of the subject. Part of the joy that I get out of the subject is the fact that we don't know certain aspects. We might be the ones to find out. That's exciting, and does, in some form or another, require speculation. You're going to speculate. Even if you're adhering to the scientific method, you've got to speculatively guess what you think causes the effect, right? And then test it to see if it is or not. Well, that type of thing, speculation, is a necessity to make discoveries. And I have to decry it, which is sad, but that's only because of the stereotype of a flat earther being dumb, and therefore you have to rise above that in every single respect, in my humble opinion.
So the last 2 days, I would say that we've been having a conversation about what is science. And a astronomer came up with, we said, what is a science to an astronomer? And he said, anything that a scientist does. So we all
Well, he would.
Yeah.
He's using the magic trick. Science means to prove.
Of course.
To prove by experiment, right? And offering proof, empirical evidence, is a very powerful tool. So, by the way of education, we all understand from 5th grade that it proves things, because we're taught how the method works. We just, most of us forget, me included. But you understand.
You test it.
Yeah, you test your hypothesis. But the point is that the outcome is empirical. So if you're a pseudoscientist, in the case of an astronomer, then you're going to turn around and say, well, science is anything I say. Because science to you means proof. Therefore, what I say is proof.
Well, it was even worse. It was, so he said, anything a scientist does. And then you go, okay, well, if it's anything a scientist does, then who names what a scientist is? And then it becomes a circular argument. Who calls each other scientists?
In reality, a scientist is somebody who can vary and manipulate a presumed cause and effect in a hypothesis to see if it actually causes something.
Experimentation.
Yeah, the guy who varies the presumed cause or formulates the hypothesis. Those two people I would call scientists. The guy involved in the experiment actually being the person varying and manipulating the presumed cause, or the guy that comes up with the hypothesis. The guy that comes up with the hypothesis, strictly speaking, is the scientist, though, because that is the genius of the method. To suppose the cause and get it right upon variation and validation. That's genius.
So why can't you just say anyone who adheres to the scientific method?
Well, that's what
I'm
that
a
is.
floor liar,
Well, that is
but if
science.
I adhere to it,
that is science. That's correct. Anybody that adheres to the scientific method.
It got even worse than that. And then AI said, so you've got a scientist who's watching porn. Is he doing science?
Certainly is. Fat.
And they said, and they pretty much said yes, because there was a guy that did a experiment about sex, and that apparently became science. Yeah, this was their argument.
It's because they don't know what science is, and they've got let it go to their head that they are science.
Well,
they're not.
They came from an astro.
No need.
Sorry, Neil, what the hell?
Well, no, if an erection was the phenomena, then you would be ascertaining the variable, independent variable that caused that
biology,
phenomena.
Mate.
Well, you can put anything into the method if it's a phenomena. If you want to have erections as the phenomena, you can cause and affect that. Or you can put it through the method if you want to. That could be science, is my point.
who's going to vary and manipulate that?
Part of the problem, though, is they've confused measurement with science at the highest levels of academia.
Yeah.
That is so.
100%.
But the thing is, all of their measurements are using a flat plane. So when they appeal to the body of science, they're appealing to measurements off a flat plane.
Yeah, most of them become calculations instead of measurements.
No. I'm glad you said that. The calculations for a globe have their genesis in real-world measurements. And those real-world measurements are flat in all instances. Angles more specifically than anything else. There are others, but yeah, like as again flashing up on screen right now, you've got angle measurements with respect to a horizontal plane of reference. That's how the globe is calculated. But when Earth gets measured, like the guy in the pre-show and at the start of the live show, he's got a reference plane. What does that mean? It means you can reference it, and it's a plane. That means you're referencing a flat Earth. That's what a plane is. He needs it to be a bendy plane, or he needs the angles to be bent lines meeting straight ones. Neither are conducive with reality or geometry, so it fails immediately. What do you actually do?
Yeah.
You just measure Earth flat.
Sorry, I didn't mean interrupt, but when you said it fails immediately, that's what happened to Dogs of Gods when he came in your pre-show and he was talking about seismology. As soon as he invoked an actual physical measurement of the Earth, he was screwed. I've never seen somebody walk so hard into their own claim and smash themselves into a wall. It was brilliant. But what you just said then, yeah, you're absolutely right. He had 2 angle measurements that he required the Earth to be referenced as a horizontal plane because it is. One, the return angle between here and there, and then the bearing, the north, east, south, and west direction. That is a horizontal bearing. So, yeah, we're going to be using the Earth as flat. We're going to be measuring from a horizontal plane. Everything's going to be referenced to the Earth because we're measuring things that happen actually on the Earth. This is an Earth science. And your first measurements are going to be ding, ding, ding. Angles. What you do after that, well, that's up to you. But you're going to be measuring and utilising a horizontal plane. That plane is the one that you're standing on.
Absolutely correct.
Good morning, guys.
No, that was brilliant. Just Dogs of
Sounded
Gods.
like you, Nathan. What's up, Chocolate?
That's Jedi. You know Jedi, surely.
Yeah,
Jedi.
Yeah.
Of course I know Jedi. He's the reason I'm here. What's up, Jed?
What's up? Yeah, good to hear you, man. Good to hear you. But yeah, with Dogs of Gods visits this channel. What's up, Chocolate?
Who's Jedi?
I have no idea.
The guy talking is Jedi.
I'm joking, man.
But yeah, Dogs comes in frequently, and he is a Dunning-Kruger, pretender clown. He thinks he knows everything, and yeah, he walked into this, and it was beautiful. So I'm glad that you jumped in when you did, Nathan, because you took him apart superbly, mate.
I hope it wasn't tedious because we did it 15 times.
No,
And I will say,
it's how stupid he was.
No.
He was like a headless chicken running around with no clue where he was going, banging into walls after that point.
And sometimes
citation.
Yeah, go
I'm still
AJ.
waiting for a citation from Dogs of God from over a week ago
Oh yeah, what for?
for another baseless assertion.
Hey, wait, can we get a elder bear? Are you there? Or you don't want to talk to him, Nathan? Or I'm just looking at the chat. Yeah, I know. Water level. This Earth's not flat because of hills and valleys. Yeah, I know. Same old shit. But apparently, he's got a claim. There doesn't seem to be anyone else that wants to jump in, so maybe Elder Bear can do it.
What do you mean? Nobody has proof we're living on a magical spinning water ball flying around in a vacuum. Nobody has proof of that? Darn.
No, instead we get contention from other supposed flat earthers that we have to book.
Yeah, I can't spend another day being called a liar. I'm sorry. Sorry.
Oh, there he goes.
I did try.
Yeah, you're up.
I did try.
Hey,
Sorry, guys.
That's all right.
No,
You're
that's
up,
fair
Elder
enough.
Bear.
No, that's fair enough.
We're all.
Yeah, I just want to
I was going to
acknowledge
say
what he
we're all
said.
going to go quiet. But yeah, okay.
I'll just acknowledge him. Yeah, that's fair enough. You talking will inevitably result in us pointing out where you've lied, made up stuff we haven't said. Yeah. So if you don't want to contend with that, best you keep your mouth shut. I would agree.
I'm sure somebody else will come along you can swear at again, like last week. You know,
Now we're
maybe
going
an hour or so.
to.
Just kick him out.
Now
If
we're
you're
going to
going
talk
to act
about.
like that, what are you even here for, Elder Bear? What are you here for if you're going to come and just make accusations?
He said he had a positive
It's
claim,
recorded.
didn't
It's recorded. It's all out there. I shouldn't worry about making accusations. Pretty true.
Exactly.
Recorded, the whole thing.
But he's come here to attack me personally. Evidence that's presented by
course.
me is ignored entirely in favour of attacking me, the man. It's basically
Yeah,
an
you know,
ad
when
hominem.
you
all
were
he can-
swearing at people and then the libelous allegations of paedophilia against, you know, people in the community. Perhaps you could address that.
What? No, I'm not going to. My arguments is what I invite people to address.
It was your libel, though. You direct.
so
I take it a
No, let him go.
server operator's had enough of that garbage.
Elder Bear, you're not here to do that. That's not the topic of the forum. Come on, man. Grow up, eh? Stop it.
Attack the argument, not the person, Elder Bear.
I'm mad. Somebody shitting your cereal or something? What's the problem?
well, I mean,
Seriously,
I can
what's wrong
understand,
with
and
you,
that's
man?
why I
Every
try to.
time, I'm sorry, John. Every
You
time
all
this guy
stand around and
speaks the
support
truth,
him. You support all this language and this bad behaviour. I mean, you're all standing, all these you guys, you men, you all stand here and let it go on week after week.
Shut the freak up and go
bro.
home.
Listen,
You're a
listen,
pussy, Neil. You're a pussy, Neil. You're the big.
Can we? This doesn't have to devolve, Elder Bear.
did you
It's
get it
interesting
all
that
out?
every
Did
time
you
you
get it
come,
all off your chest?
exactly what.
I'm sorry. I'm not going to sit and try to tie my friends back when he's being constantly barraged with nonsense and then people making stuff up about what he didn't say. I'm not going to tie his hands and say that he can't respond however he wants to. That's on him to do.
Well, John,
I'm not,
sorry, John, but Brian gave the perfect example. If somebody's going to come kicking and throwing stuff at your head and smacking you in the back of the head and egging you on, yeah, there's going to come a point where the guy's going to turn around and lash out at you. And that's exactly what they do to Nathan. Sorry.
That's all good. Politics server have got this kind of. I'm very relaxed when I'm here, actually, Neil. I was far more stressed yesterday in a different server where they seem to be sympathetic to the opponent more so than to us. That is stressful. This isn't. At the point that there's glorified personal attacks coming our way, somebody in the server just steps in and says, "That's not what we do here. Get lost."
Yeah. Yeah, fuck that. I'm sorry. No matter what team you're on, it's just kind of
No
etiquette,
swearing. Can you get close to your mic, Sydney? You're all distorted.
Oh, sorry. I just said no matter what team you're on, it's just called proper etiquette, so fuck that. I agree.
No
Poking
swearing.
the bear, right? No.
Yeah, I think John's point is that they've got nothing to lose. So who's Ed Bear? He doesn't care. His reputation on YouTube isn't important to him, so he can poke and poke and poke and poke until he gets a reaction, and then go, "Ha! Look, bad person." Right, great tactics.
Yeah. I mean, I know my reputation is like quite literally a retard, according to YouTube, and I'm okay with that because I stand by my shit. So whatever, I'm with you.
But we use the devil's advocate analogy, which is when Al Pacino's explaining to Keanu Reeves that if he's driving around in a flash car with a flash suit, then people see him coming a mile away. Whereas if he's riding the subway and dresses down, then he's a surprise. They're not expecting him to be what he is, good at what he knows. And you should use that to your advantage. People automatically assume that you're a numpty. They very quickly get stymied and flustered when you actually start spitting some facts at them.
Yeah, definitely. I'm just smiling ear to ear right now, so I'm with you, man.
Well, it won't be 10 hours this time. It'll only be a couple of hours this time.
Especially when they're in your face and there's no internet to turn off. That's when you get it. That's when it's the most brilliant because it's in your face.
Hey, Sydney,
And
it
at the
sounds
end of
like
the day,
you're.
if it goes bad enough, I'm sorry. I was just gonna say if it gets bad
No,
enough,
you're
somebody
right.
will put their fingers in their ears and walk away saying, "La la la, I can't listen to you," because that's literally happened.
Yeah.
I was going to
Some
say,
people are just.
Sydney,
Some people
you
like to be 5
sound
years
like
old.
Sydney. You sound like your mic's underwater. Can you get
Oh.
a little bit closer?
Yeah, I'll refresh. Be right back.
Perfect. Yeah, drop and rejoin. That's normally the answer. Yeah, we had a guy do that yesterday. So he gets to the conclusion point and he's rumpused it 5 or 6 times. And then when the mods finally get control of him and the point gets concluded, he goes on
this any
server
better?
deafen. So he doesn't have to listen.
Yeah, pretty
All right.
typical. Is this any better?
Yeah, a little
Are
bit.
there any globers in here at the moment? I've looked down the list. I don't think there is.
Wow, our reputation
Any-
really does
any-
precede us then. I can't believe that. It hasn't taken
Anyone
long.
want to talk up? Anyone want to make a claim? Anyone want to say that Nathan's wrong about something? Just open your mic and we'll all mute up and you can have a one-on-one chat. Go ahead.
I've got an impression of Neil.
Go ahead, Roto.
That's correct.
That was perfect.
That's incorrect. I called somebody. If you would have listened yesterday, I called Jeremy exactly what he was. Go listen back.
You got to have the blinker
Hey.
going, though, Neil.
Yeah, the blinker going.
So we got Nihilistic Chris. Nihilistic Chris, do you want to speak up and you can, have a chat with Nathan one-on-one? Nihilistic Chris, you there? Or you just text skank?
He's just chat skanking, but I noticed Brenda's joined us. Brenda Debates is here as well.
Oh, Brenda. Oh, God.
So what's up, Brenda? Good to see you. Did you want to speak to Nathan?
Good morning.
Hello?
Sure. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I have yet to hear one single shred of evidence for the flat Earth.
That's a hearing problem.
That's a metaphor. That means nobody has presented any evidence, positive evidence for the flat Earth.
That's just an incorrect statement. It's measured flat.
Go
with
ahead.
Polaris. I explained it to you yesterday.
No, go ahead. Give me the evidence then.
We measure a flat baseline for latitude. The latitude system itself is derived from measurements with respect to a horizontal plane of reference, a flat baseline.
Yeah, go ahead. Give me the evidence.
I just did.
No, that's a claim. That's not an evidence. That's not evidence.
Can flat surfaces in reality be a good presentation for a flat surface?
So
can flat surface in reality be good presentation for flat surface?
I'm talking to Nathan. You can
No,
have
I'm
another
talking
time.
to you now. You asked it for the proof.
Yeah, you're going to get
Sorry,
muted.
Sasha,
I can see that coming a mile away.
Yeah, sorry, Sasha. I do apologise, buddy, but Nathan is here and Brenda was speaking to Nathan, so let's at least let Nathan answer first, and if we need to jump in, we can. But Nathan, back to you, mate.
It's measured flat with Polaris, horizontal plane of reference. She said that's just a claim you're making. No, it's the basis of celestial navigation. That seems like Brenda's talking through me. I'll try again.
Yeah,
no,
that's
it's not a claim I'm making. Second attempt, Brenda's just going to chant through it because it's painful.
No, because
Third
you
attempt.
paused.
I haven't actually managed to go. That doesn't mean I'm inviting with a short pause you to now take the reins. You're just putting more and more distance between something I've told you yesterday that you also did this little trick, your only trick, your one-trick pony act. What, you're not hearing it, you say? Yeah, that's because you're not listening, Brenda. Yeah, what you're doing is flapping your gums when people are telling you about Earth's measured flat, like with Polaris and the flat baseline to it. I told you yesterday, but you didn't listen. You started off making a very true statement. You haven't heard any proof of flat Earth? No, I know you haven't. You've got a hearing problem. You flap your gums when you should be listening. Meanwhile, Polaris is measured with respect to a flat plane and it develops our latitude grid on a flat plane. That's not a claim. It's a basis of navigation and mapping.
Again, all you do is make claims and claim that your claim is true. You have to give numbers. What are the numbers?
It's not a claim, Brenda.
It's literally a claim. He says it's measured flat. That's the claim.
Yeah, okay. Call it a claim if you like.
Yeah.
So is it easier?
Numbers.
Is it easier if it's not just a
What
statement
number?
of
Wait,
fact
hold on.
in-
What numbers do you even want? What number do you want? What?
Measurements of the Earth being flat.
Okay, 1 degree for every 60 nautical miles is the latitude grid system measurement. It's an angle measurement with respect to a flat Earth and the recession of the star we call Polaris towards the horizon at a rate of 1 degree as you back away 60 nautical
Oh,
miles.
okay.
I haven't finished. I haven't finished. Brenda's just scared of me reiterating that which she has only one trick to overcome, which is to interrupt me. Didn't finish the statement, Brenda. Again, you said you got a hearing problem? Yeah, I know. It's not actually a hearing problem, it's a listening problem. Yeah, you flap your gums before the conclusion of the flat Earth measurement that is Polaris and how it's measured and what the measurement was. Yeah, there you go. Just detailed it to you. I've detailed it to you many times. You just can't hear it. That's your inability to hear things.
So you say it's measured on a flat baseline? Can you confirm that, please?
What I've said to you multiple times, over and over again, you're parroting back which I've said to you multiple times, and you're asking me to confirm that which I've only just had an affirmation from you. You've just affirmed what I've said. Thank you for affirming that which I have said, Brenda. So you understand Earth must be flat to get this angle measurement then. Great. Welcome to Flat Earth. Thank you for affirming that which I've told you multiple times that apparently, according to now, you've never heard. Now you've heard it. Earth's measured flat.
It's measured flat by measuring a flat baseline?
Yeah,
It's begging
for an
the
angle
question,
to Polaris,
Nathan.
for latitude, yes.
You're presupposing that the baseline is flat. That's
It's an
begging the
angle
question.
measurement. It can only be flat. It's got 90 degrees to a perpendicular point at the end of it under Polaris. To have
That's not how
90 under
angles
Polaris,
work.
there's her not listening again. Hearing problem. If you do it again, I'm going to appeal to the mods to kick your dumbass out of here for not listening and having a comprehension inability. You can't listen. It's got 90 degrees at the end of the baseline, at the GP of the star. It can only be flat, or it wouldn't have 90 at the end of the line on the Earth. That's the baseline. With respect to the ground positions for the mapping system we call latitude. 90 degrees at the end of a line can only be flat.
Yeah, you're presupposing that there's a 90 degrees straight angle between the GP and the observer. That's begging the question.
No,
Do you have
it's
a
no,
non-begging...
no,
Excuse me.
it's no,
Excuse me.
no. I've been accused of begging the question. No, it's celestial navigation as opposed to a claim where I beg the question. That's why we explicitly disagreed when you claimed I was making a claim, and I disagreed and said, no, it's celestial navigation. Now, what has been turned into my claim, because I foolishly conceded to get the argument moving on with the constant interruption from a fundamentalist zealot who doesn't listen.
You just did it yourself.
What? No, when she claims I've used a fallacy. No, I haven't.
No. I'm saying in terms of interrupting, you what you're accusing them is what you just did, like 10 seconds ago.
So what are we in? Earth Awakenings? Suddenly is the argument not the focus and the interruption when she's cried fallacy.
I'm just telling you. I don't want to get hung up on it. I'm just telling you, like, I'm calling you out.
That's getting hung up on it. That's precisely what we're doing. My point was this is just getting hung up on it when there's a debating point in process. The debating point is in regards to Polaris measurements of a flat Earth, and this little segue from this little white knight. What, are you a moderator? What you're doing is getting hung up on it. Something you specifically said you weren't doing.
I'm moving on.
Meanwhile, I'm arguing that Earth's measured flat with Polaris measurements and a flat baseline. It's not a fallacy to say that it's begging the question. No, it's celestial navigation. I made that explicitly clear earlier. When she says it's a fallacy because I'm begging the question, no, it's very specifically not begging the question. It's celestial navigation. I justifiably will interrupt at that point. Thank you for the overzealous moderation.
It's a fallacy because you presuppose the baseline is
I'm not
flat.
doing anything. It's navigation. I'm not doing it. It's the process of navigation. Second time she's done it. It's just being ignored.
That's still begging the question. You're
See,
still
it's just rinsing and repeating. It's just rinsing and repeating. I've overcome it. It's not my claim. It's celestial navigation. Maybe rinse and repeat it a third time. Maybe the mods will step in because she's just rinsing and repeating. I've overcome it.
Well, does she think the ground is curved?
Sorry, 2 seconds, Neil. 2 seconds. So moderator did jump in. No, Brendan isn't a moderator here. So I did mute him for chantering from the peanut gallery. You got two choices, Nathan. You can either continue to engage with Brenda, or I can unmute Brendan and you can speak to Brendan. I'll leave that choice to you, mate, but we will keep it between you and one person.
I've already made the conclusion. It's being measured flat. There's a line that isn't begging the question. It's latitude. She's saying, well, what, when you measure latitude? No, I don't do that. I'm not measuring latitude. Latitude is what it is. It's a flat Earth baseline between you and a 90-degree position. I'm not begging the question of 90 degrees. The chat knows I'm not, as they all spam triangles. No, the right angle triangle is a prerequisite. It needs a flat Earth to be measured. It is latitude measurement with respect to a flat Earth. That's what it is. She just keeps saying, it's your claim. It's just begging the question that Earth's flat with a 90 at the end. What, for latitude measurement? No, I'm not claiming it. It's not something I'm doing or doing wrong. It is celestial navigation, not my claim.
All right, I'll unmute Brendan now. It's gone a little bit quiet. So, Brendan, if you want to bring something up, you said you wanted to move on, so you can move on to something else if you want to.
Well, if I can, right, I just want to conclude this conversation, and then I have another topic to bring up, if I may.
I just concluded.
I don't want to get hung up on that.
Sorry, let me get it straight. You just want to conclude the conversation I just had with Brenda? No, I just concluded it. Earth measured flat with 90 degree at the end of the baseline to the GP of Polaris. That's the conclusion. You want to make a different conclusion?
I can't.
If you want to make a different conclusion, I'll have the debate with you. But you're not just going to subvert my conclusion I just made by making a different one. Just let's get that clear.
Listen, Brendan, it's going to descend into chaos. We've already addressed it. It was done. We've moved on. So if you can move on to another question, all good. We're not going to go backwards from this point.
So, Brendan, did you have a new claim you wanted to make? Because I'm not going to allow you to make a new conclusion that subverts mine that I just made after winning a debate with Brenda. No, I'm not going to allow that. Did you have a claim you wanted to make? Clearly not.
No, he's muted. He just told you to go F yourself, so he's muted.
Oh, I see. So I correctly identified that he was just going to try and undermine the conclusion I just made. Yeah. I spotted it a mile away, didn't I? And when you didn't get away with it, it's F you, Nathan. Yeah. F you, Nathan. Yeah. Excellent stuff, yeah. And meanwhile, Earth must be flat to have 90 at the end of the Polaris measurement we call latitude. That's a flat baseline with 90 at the end of it. Brenda seemed to be under the impression that I'm claiming that, as opposed to it being a part and parcel process called celestial navigation. I won and proved Earth was flat and measured such. That's what I did. I made the conclusion. That guy didn't manage to successfully subvert it and undermine it.
So he basically lied. He said he had a new claim, but he really didn't. He just wanted to come in and try to subvert what already happened. I got it.
Yeah, they like to undermine a winning point from a flat earther. Oh, well, I've got a new question. Yeah, Earth's measured with curved baselines. But just so I can ask a new question and put as much distance from that baseless assertion as possible. That's what would have happened.
Well, Brian would be happy because remember last week we were here, Brian was very upset that we allowed Rob Noxious to come in and subvert the whole conversation.
Fair enough. Subversion is what you've got to do. They've got to lie to Glurf. That's how Glurfs are. Undermining a point that's been won by a flat earther, par for the course. Yeah, perfectly acceptable. I can undermine his point without taking part in the debate with him.
A bleached spheroid pilot, would you like to jump into the conversation rather than just hanging in the chat and chat skanking?
If he doesn't owl round at my live stream. No, peanut gallery only. Any more for any more?
Doesn't look like it.
If not, we're going to round out this live show and move into the after show. No.
Come on, keep it Freaky Friday. Where are you?
I didn't. We've obviously got a reputation already. We've only been here about 4 or 5 times. No. Last call.
Well, a little more than 4 or 5 times because last week could
One
count
sec,
for 5 alone.
Go ahead.
So we've got
Last
Rich.
call for magical ball.
So we're going to Rich Evans. So we're going to unmute Rich Evans. You can speak
Should
to
have turned
him.
my studio lights off then.
Yeah, Rich Evans, you're up, mate. Obviously not.
If we've got another silent partner, I think Nihilistic
I heard
just
him
asked
try
a
to
question.
speak.
What the hell? I think there's a question from the chat. Maybe I know Nihilistic does want to actually get on into the voice call, but he has asked to Nathan.
Before you
how,
ask, what I'll do is I'll round out the live show. You can ask it in the after show.
Yep. So it depends on whether he cuts it short or not. But yeah, there's an hour and 20 left on the 3 hours that he requested.
Yeah, so they can still hang around in the room, yeah? Yeah.
Oh, yeah, no problems at all. It just means that his show's sort of finished at that point.
Yeah. Cool. Maybe Scott Mackey will come in.
Yeah, right. So the question from the chat, I know everyone's excited to know what the question was, but it was directed to Nathan. And obviously, the participant does want to get on the voice call, but he has asked to Nathan how we came to understand that the Earth was flat. What was his awakening moment or eureka moments way back in history? So, how did you become a flat Earth, Nathan?
I just listened to Math Powerland. Nothing too exciting. In terms of finding out Earth was flat, that's how my route into it was. In terms of knowing Earth is flat, that's only come in the last couple of years. I was the people I criticise now as being flat Earth believers. I was one of them because I didn't know it was flat. Now I do. That's how it's measured. That's why I'm here. Now we've refined that argument to the point where we can absolutely pummel somebody who comes and starts talking about seismology and how it's justifiably globe proving, and therefore you can tell flat earthers who claim otherwise. Yeah, I'll absolutely rip them a new one and point out how their claim uses a flat earth. But it's taken a couple of years of refinement. But up until that point, I was just a flat earth believer too. Thanks to my panel, who I can't praise high enough, specifically Refracted Curvature, who is absolutely my favourite panel member of all of them, was the first to really highlight it and start showing how they utilise a flat plane. That was a couple of years ago, right, John? Oh, he's just joined. He didn't hear that. Fair enough. Anyway, yeah, there you go. There's the answer to the question.
Yeah, I appreciate that, man. Thank you very much. It's interesting, the journey from belief to knowing. And I think a few of us have been around this for 8, 9, maybe even 10 years. And I think we all started off in this, a belief that this has got to be true because of the things that I can see and all of these things. But the change from belief to actual knowing, when we can demonstrate and obviously reference that the Earth is most definitely measured and used for measuring as a horizontal plane, then you go from belief to knowing. It's demonstrated as such. It's practically used as such with regards to engineering, communication, navigation, all of these different types of things.
Knowledge is a subset of belief.
Shut up, Brenda.
I never stopped at the belief step. I knew it from the beginning.
Knowledge is a justified true belief. So all knowledge is belief.
That justified true belief nonsense was clobbered back in years ago by Gutierrez, you clown of an idiot retard. What's the hypothesis?
Yeah, that doesn't mean.
What's the hypothesis? Shoe. What's the hypothesis? It's a shoe. Fuck out of here.
No swearing.
He's just expressing his disdain for the stupidity we have to endure.
Oh, we all love QE.
Don't stop me from expressing myself, Neil.
Oh, what are we back on Earth Awakening?
You trying to say I'm posh? Is that what that was? Or woke. Maybe he's trying to say I'm woke. Didn't get a response to Posh.
Talking to me?
I took it to John. Anyway, we've got a reputation
John,
that's obviously
it's
been built
John.
up. Oh, now he talks.
Don't call me John, because we got number of Johns. Whenever you say John, I'm thinking refracted curvature. You know, in QE.
Okay, jolly good. We've already built up a reputation in the politics server, QE, to the point where when we entered, we were told that there was a push to turn the server or the room in the server into a globe room or globe dominated room. Now that we don't even get the responses.
What happened there? What was that?
That was about 3 or 4 weeks ago, Timbo, where who was it? Was it Scott Mackey that was posting that he was going to be a globe room very shortly? It was
No,
people
that
out
was
there chatting.
No, I think it was the other guy. What was his name?
Peter.
Peter.
Oh,
Peter the Goose.
Was it?
Yeah, that was Peter. Yeah, that was Peter, the Grand Poobah of G46 or whatever the troll team were called. So they included a few people that had to come into the server. Say that again.
Yeah.
You're getting rumpus by QE. Go ahead, QE.
Yeah, this is Fox Force 5.
One more time.
Yes.
Yeah.
Might as well be.
Yeah, Fox Force 5 or something.
Girlfriend. Yeah, Girlfriend 6.
Yeah, that's a Pulp Fiction reference.
Wait,
What's up, QE?
I'm confused. Did they? I'm sorry, Jedi. I'm just confused. So they said that this room was going to be a globe focused room. Why? Because the globe evidence is so overwhelming.
Yes. Apparently.
Apparently. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Why are we
that
not
was 2
hearing
months
any of
ago,
that now? I don't get it.
Yeah, it was 2 months ago.
Yeah.
Well, Brenda came in.
Yeah, it was pinned to the top of our chat.
Hold on, Neil. Just one sec. Brenda came in what?
Go, Neil.
Oh, go, Neil. Go ahead.
No, she came in saying, "Where is all the flat Earth proof?" And Nathan gave it to her. She said she hasn't heard any. Nathan gave it to her. She still said she didn't hear any. But where's all the globe proof?
There isn't any.
So in 2024, the best Globe got is to say that a statement of fact said to her is just a claim. Okay.
Yeah, well, what we've noticed on this server is the best proof they have is boats go over the horizon. It's fucking, it's really weird, man. That's it, man. That's it. They say, okay, we say, do you see curvature? And they go, yeah, boats go over the horizon. That's the best proof they've got.
Well, actually, they say, sorry, the Earth's too big to see curvature, and then they tell us boats go over the horizon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That concept, though, requires Earth to be flat.
Right, I'm going to step away and make a coffee. Hopefully the conversation will
Elaborate.
continue.
Yeah, elaborate.
Well, because if something is the idea that something is disappearing bottom first, right, or that it's dropping behind the horizon, well, that drop is described from a horizontal plane of reference. The mathematics that utilizes that they get their claim from, and utilizes surface level as a horizontal plane of reference to assert that there's a horizon below surface level for boats to go over.
That was Dr. Danny Faulkner's number one proof yesterday. I was listening to a video from a few years ago. That was his number one proof. He said he took a video of the hull of a ship somewhere in Virginia or something, and it kept on disappearing hull first. That was his experiment.
Hey, QE, that last video you made about Danny Faulkner was fantastic, man.
That was his experiment.
That was
Yeah,
great.
somebody got it. Yes, that was Danny's experiment. He said it was an experiment.
Well, Danny's got a different understanding of science.
Well, he
So
says that we follow the elementary version of science, the kind that you learn in grade school. And then I was waiting there for him to get to the complex version of science. He called it science, not the scientific method. The more complex version is you have to add observation.
Hey, can I just say,
what?
dogs are gods is back. Do you want to? Can we unmute him? Do you guys want to talk to him or no?
Unmute him.
This
Let's
is
see what he
level
has
is
to say.
curved.
Shall we
Yeah,
keep
give
it
him a
going?
check.
All right.
Yep.
Let's go. All right. Well, he's unmuted anyway. Yeah. Go ahead,
Yeah, I've done
dog.
that.
Yeah.
So before this goes any further, Nathan, would you like to give me a definition of level?
Nathan
Nathan's gone
stepped
to
away.
make a coffee. I'm sure you heard that said.
My definition of
But
level is
having
no point higher than any other in elevation over the reference.
QE, can you
Well, if
take
you want
this
to
one?
speak to
Or?
Nathan, well, I was going to say, if you want to speak to Nathan, you're going to have to wait 5 minutes for him to get back because he's going to make a coffee, dogs.
I think
Or you
QE can take
can
that.
have it with QE
I'll
You
take
can
it.
have it with me.
Oh, there he is.
or
Go ahead,
Jetty.
Nathan.
I'm not Nathan, mate. It's Jedi. Good to see you, QE. But no, please, sir, after you. Age before beauty.
Oh, I thought that was Nathan. Okay. Having no part higher than another. Flat, horizontal.
I agree with the first part. The
It's not
second
an
and
agree,
third
disagree
part,
genre. That's the
I think,
definition
are
of it.
synonyms.
It's not an agree, disagree genre. It's not subjective. It's objective.
Yeah, so definitions can have multiple applications depending on what you're trying to reference. So if you say level is no point higher than the other. Can I finish what I'm saying, please, bud?
It's a law of identity violation and equivocation fallacy nightmare. A definition's a definition, and that's it.
No, that's not true. A definition is
that
something
is
that we
true.
made
Get
up.
to
So
your
it can't
point,
be. It can't be. It can't be. It can't be a
It's not
violation
true.
of any
Definition is
logical
not a
law because it's
definition.
made up by human beings. Definitions are purely subjective, but my definition is no
Elmer
point
Fudd
higher than the
Sophist,
other.
piss
So I
off.
agree with that.
Shut up, Elmer Fudd Sophist, piss off. What's your scientific evidence for your ball-tard?
I'm not going to play that game. I'd like to talk about the
Not a
definition of
game.
level before we
It's the
move on.
scientific evidence for your ball-tard, sphere-tard. If you don't have
No,
any,
it's
sit down and shut up.
definitionally a game. So what you're trying to do
If you
is I
don't have
came
any,
in
shut
with the
up.
understanding that I'd asked.
Just shut him up.
Wait,
Move
wait,
on.
wait. Hold on. You were asked for proof of your science for your ball chart, and that's a game. I'm sorry. I'll put it nicer. You were asked for scientific evidence of your planet Earth, your ball. Why is that a game all of a sudden? I'm weird. That's weird.
Yeah, because they
I'm
used to say
confused.
the whole body of science, right, Chocolate?
So the reason it's a game is because we were discussing the definition of level, and I was trying to finish that discussion without being interrupted and fully get my thoughts out. It was tried to be forced along a different discussion pathway before I'd finished that.
Definition's not a discussion, you retard. What a clown. Get the heck out of here. Shut him up. Go discuss definitions back in primary school. It's a discussion. Piss off.
That's sort of like the definition and meaning of words is useless. Who said that? Didn't somebody say that?
Yeah. The numpty from down under. Roofy.
Oh, Roofy. So that's what this guy's saying. He thinks there's, what, 10 meanings of a word? Really?
Even if there
How would we
was, you can
communicate?
only use one of them in a specific context. So I don't even know how that's an argument. Ridiculous.
Does he
He's left
finally
the
accept
conversation.
that level's horizontal, or he's still trying to argue against that?
Oh, he's
I'm just
arguing against
laughing
it,
to
but he's left
myself.
the
So far
conversation.
we've gotten. Sorry, buddy. So far we've gotten a statement of fact is just a claim, and what's your definition of level? And these are the arguments made for the ball in 2024. Interesting.
Well, you can't argue for curvature if you're going to bend surface level. You throw your calculator out the window. So no, you ain't going to get away with saying conforming to a sphere.
Well, you also can't argue for curvature if your claim at the end of all of that would be, well, it's too big to measure the curvature. Therefore, we measure it flat. That would be weird.
Right. The guy earlier said level can be curved. I wouldn't be able to build if level could be curved. You moron.
The law of identity violation. Curve has got slope. Level has no slope. I'll slope a dope him in a friggin' fraction of a second. He won't know whether to piss or wind his watch.
You know
Such
what?
a colourful
I
use of
forgot
language
about
as well.
slope a dope this morning. That would have ended it.
Well, it never began. He doesn't know what level means. How can you move past that?
Yeah, but once he said level could be curved, that's when we got to slope a dope him.
Yeah, if they don't understand that level is not curving, there's no way they're going to understand the formula for slope.
Hey, you got a very good
That's
point
literally
there.
like saying that's literally like saying like, let's try to define up in a different way that it actually means down.
Yeah, that checks out.
Just sorry to interrupt, Neil. Just a very quick bit of moderation. So there's lots of new people jumping in and out of the chat all of the time. If any of you don't quite know what's going on at the moment, we're currently entertaining Nathan Oakley 1980 and his YouTube channel with regards to FED, the Flat Earth debate. We're currently in the after show. If anybody's jumped in recently and wants to unmute and ask a couple of questions to himself and his panel, or any of the team here on the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord channel, then please unmute yourself, guys. We're in a bit of time at the moment, so if you want to unmute yourselves, you got any questions, something you want to talk about, then that's what's going on at the moment. It might be a good time to ask. So I invite you all to do so. Thanks for letting me jump in, guys.
Wouldn't equidistant imply that you know how big the core is?
Core?
Equidistant.
Core? What's your core?
Equidistant. What do you mean equidistant? Equidistant from what to what?
That's my point. That's my point. Is they're begging the idea of the question of a
the
core
question.
and to know the size. That's the question. Wouldn't it imply that they know the size?
You didn't give me anything with that. It's got to be from something to something else. Something is equidistant from this point. Give me some cowbell.
Well, they claim the center of the earth, right?
Center of the earth for what? For elevation?
Yeah, that's what they say. Everything starts from the center of the earth and works its way out.
Now, is it in the elevation context?
No, they don't measure elevation from the center of the earth.
I was just going to jump all over that, if that's what you're talking about.
Talk about radius.
So the radius is equidistant. I'm sorry. So the radius is equidistant? That's non sequitur.
Brilliant.
What did I miss?
Some stupid
Not
stuff,
much.
man.
What radius?
Words and their words have no meaning. That's what you miss.
Was Ruth here?
Yeah, his brother. Somebody asked me what level was,
Yeah.
so I said having no part higher than the other, horizontal or flat. So he agreed with the first part of the definition. He agreed with it, but he had a slight disagreement with the second part of the definition. And I told him that number one, this is an agree-disagree genre. That's subjective. We're into objective, and I'm not playing his little reindeer games. More or less.
Wait, but he said he wasn't playing
Yeah,
any
but-
of your reindeer games when you asked him for his scientific proof of a Slit.
Oh yeah, I did ask him that. I asked him for scientific evidence for a sphere tard, ball tard, and he said he's not playing that game.
We are allowed to define our words however we wish.
Oh, really?
Yes,
familiar with the-
that's how language works.
Are you familiar with the Socratic
That's not
method?
the Socratic method. What's your natural phenomena? Shoe. What's the hypothesis? It's a shoe. That's not the Socratic method, you numpty dipshit.
No,
Yeah,
I
I
was
mean-
talking about phenomenology at that point. It was Kantian
Phenomenology.
phenomenology,
You
which you
didn't-
didn't understand.
Phenomenology.
You understand that
What's
the
the
subjectivity
phenomenology
in
of the
language
shoe?
happens.
It's got laces.
Yeah, that would be part of its phenomenology. Laces would be part of it.
There's a
And look at that.
what was that?
Look at that. I was
Hold on, Neil.
right.
Neil, thanks. What was the name? There's a female professor that you quote relatively infrequently, QE, and she's like, "Words have meanings. Use your words carefully." Pretty sure it's a woman.
Oh, that's Dr. Mary Schweitzer?
Mary Schweitzer. Right. Do you know the? Is that quote off the top of your head? Don't worry. I gave her.
It's just
I can snatch it up real quick, though.
Okay.
it's
I'll
just an
paraphrase.
argument from authority. It's just an
There it
argument
is.
from
You
authority.
don't know what an argument from authority is. Shut up.
That's literally
Mary
what you're doing right
Schweitzer.
now.
From Mary Schweitzer. Exactly. That's one of the things I drive my students crazy on. Words count. Words are important. Choose your words carefully. Dr. Mary Schweitzer, paleontologist,
Yeah,
North
we
Carolina
can.
State.
Yeah, we can define level however we
Yeah.
wish. Yeah, yeah,
However
we can.
want. You fucking retard.
Absolutely.
You can.
That's how words work.
Yeah, the village
That's how
idiot can
words
do what he
work.
likes. He can define things how he likes, but nobody gives any credence to that idiot on the village
So
corner shouting how he can define what he likes, how he likes. I mean, things like earth curve maths dictate that level must be level for you when you reify the R value that's measured off a flat plane into a sphere beneath your feet. You still need level to be level. It's defined in your maths. Surface level, eye level. They're level. They're not deviating from level, and if they were, you'd need level to describe how much they were deviating from it.
Saying that level is a tautology.
We really are in 2024. Our words could just identify as whatever they want. That's really your argument.
Yeah,
Huh.
yeah, that's been the
Yeah,
case
yeah.
for
Keep
forever.
telling us about
Yeah.
it.
Okay, well, QE and I both asked the same question. Are you familiar with a methodology that would allow us to agree on what words mean? Socratic method.
There is no methodology for agreement. People
Socratic-
either agree or they don't agree.
No, the
It's
Socratic
political.
method. So that's a no. Is that a no? You're not familiar with the Socratic method?
I'm familiar with the Socratic method. It doesn't say that there are predefined meanings to words.
It's about us agreeing
What
on
the
the definitions
hell?
of words. That would be us coming to a conclusion about what we mean by a word based on its definition and our agreement that we mean the same definition when we use that word. That is, in essence, what the Socratic method offers as a process.
Yes, being consistent isn't the same as defining your words.
I
You get
understand.
to define your words up front, and then you're asked to be logically consistent, which you never do, Nathan, right? But that's different than predefining your words. You can define your word
Logically
however you
consistent.
wish. You just have to be
Show us
consistent.
the logic in that. Post the syllogism.
The Globers,
That wasn't
please
an
listen to
argument, it was a
this.
statement.
This is somebody on your side. Listen to what this person is saying. This is the argument for the Globe in 2024. Continue, Brenda.
So,
Yeah,
choc-
yeah.
so
Language,
chocolate,
Wittgenstein,
then dictionary is meaningless.
no, dictionaries recount
Post the
usage.
syllogism.
Dictionaries go by usage, by how people use the word. We know
Post the
this from
syllogism.
Wittgenstein.
You said it was
Language
logic.
is a
Post the
game.
syllogism. Post the
Language is a
syllogism. You said it
game.
was logical consistency. So
Okay,
post the
just
syllogism.
hold on, because otherwise we're going to get in trouble. The reason you're being rumpus, Brenda, is because you stated something. That was that you had logic, and now you're being asked for the syllogism.
The syllogism for what?
The logic you claimed.
I simply said you need to be consistent.
You simply said it's logical. I heard you.
Yeah, you need to be consistent.
Yeah.
That means
So
not self.
Okay. So post the
Not
syllogism.
self. For what?
That's
For
not
being
for you
consistent?
to continue to talk. You said yeah. So post
the syllogism for what? The syllogism for
She's
what?
asking the same question to the top of your
Just shut her up.
clarification to the answer. She's just not being reasonable.
Yep.
She already knows that she's lent on this word, logic, to lend credence to her argument. You ask for a backing for the logic. She hasn't got anything. That's the reality.
Yep. What's the natural phenomena? Shoe. Hypothesis. It's a shoe. Brenda, 2018. Piss off.
Given that she doesn't think words have predetermined meanings, why would she use the term logic as a way to back her argument?
Yeah, define logic. What? It's an anvil.
No, I mean, according to her, whatever words that she's just used, you can just identify them as whatever you want them to be. Or they might even identify themselves as something else that they're not.
Oh, that's
This is the world we're living in.
because she identifies with that.
Meanwhile,
Exactly.
you
Well, then
can
she
do
should have
that.
might have
Okay,
as
right,
well
let's
call
just
her
clear this
he.
up. You can do that. You can, like I defined as being village idiot behaviour, define words however you choose, but then you come up against problems when you've got things like earth curve maths that define level as level. You know, horizontal in nature, parallel with eye level. All of those things defy what you would redefine what level is, because it's a necessity in terms of defining how things deviate. For your curve, for instance, if you're going to suggest that there's earth curve derived from flat plane measurements, the ones that you can't hear, then you need something to describe it deviating from. How much something curves is a deviation from the horizontal. So you can't bend the horizontal. That's the point. So yeah, you can define it differently, but it just won't work anymore. Hence the Socratic method, so we can agree on what we mean by the words we use.
Yeah, I think what a lot of Globers like to do is they like to kind of flip-flop between the individual and the group. I mean, it's obvious that, sure, words are arbitrary, but they're arbitrary at a group level, and we've all agreed what they mean. You can't then individually decide that, well, I'm going to be different to that and use that same language in a different way, because you're effectively speaking a completely separate language. So how are you supposed to then engage with that? Doesn't even make sense.
Yeah, as Chocolate said, that's the world we live in 2024, though, isn't it?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, well, yeah, sure.
Crypto, what's good, my dude?
Yeah, I'm good, man. How you doing, Chocolate? Keep hearing you on here and thought I'd come in and say hi. But I think that's fundamentally what's going on with Brenda. That they don't understand that, like, this agreement has already happened at a group level. You can't then re-agree it with yourself. That's a separate agreement, like what that word means or what a group of words mean.
Thanks.
That makes sense.
Let's make the question of the day. What's the scientific evidence for the sphere tard? Can we do that?
Still waiting on that.
Yep.
Category error.
Why do you got to give the game away, Nathan?
That's when you tell Nathan, shh, shut up.
I was trying to get somebody to give us a scientific prediction the other day. Nathan just come along and said, well, come on, we need the scientific prediction. What's your hypothesis? I'm like, damn.
True.
Really? That's fine.
Sometimes I get praise, sometimes I get condemned.
What's the topic?
Earth being measured flat for globe belief.
You guys touch the horizon yet?
Touch the horizon? No, you can't touch the horizon.
What's the horizon?
Not got a postcode. You can't get there.
Why can't you touch the horizon?
Because it moves as you move. Optical dissolution
How can
point
that
in the
be?
distance. It's the point where
That's
things appear to disappear. The
I
apparent.
thought there's an edge.
There's me trying to answer you, and you just want to yammer through the top of the answer, right? You go ahead, answer for me in the middle of me. I would.
I thought there was an edge.
Why would you think that there's an edge?
A so-called flat one.
Why would you think that? That seems crazy. Why would you think that?
It does seem crazy. I agree.
Are you crazy?
Guess who does have an edge, though?
Yeah, the ball.
Ballers have an edge.
Obama.
Take a wild
Ballers.
guess, buddy.
Ballers have an edge.
Yeah, the Earth doesn't.
Is it not? So you would decry the claim that there's a hill getting in the way of boats and buildings, an edge blocking them then? Welcome to Flat Earth.
So you've seen the edge of the Earth?
No, we're decrying it. The globe Earth edge that's claimed to block boats and buildings, we debunked it in 2020.
You've seen the edge?
Is he deaf? Let's slow it
I
down.
hate it all.
Should we slow it down?
You said you debunked the globe.
asking
I
a
didn't ask
question.
that. That's
I'm asking a question.
That's an irrelevant.
I'm asking you a question. Are you deaf?
Yeah, he got muted because I think he's a regular troll.
Yeah.
I mean,
So where's
Nathan,
the edge?
Nathan, if you want to continue to engage him, you're more than welcome to, but I would advise you that it's a waste of your time.
Yeah.
Okay, I answered him. So he asked where the edge was, and I pointed out that the edge of the globe, called Earth Curve, was debunked in 2020. The globe Earth has an edge blocking boats and buildings, or it did until we debunked it.
Do you want to continue engaging him? Because I can unmute if you want.
It's up to you as the moderator. I leave that in your hands.
Yeah, keep it Freaky Friday.
You can if you want. We have guys like this come in that they're not even at the level of a Brenda where they're even interested in engaging. They just want to annoy you. So I don't know if you're interested in that.
Fair enough. It seems like you've answered that question then.
As long as you get to have them announce their name when they come in, we want a full name. Now, it's not going to be their regular name, but they can use their profile name. That's fine. But we want to know, we need a name to attach this nonsense to. They just can't come in all anonymous without stating their name. I would suggest that in the future.
Sure. But whatever his name was, the guy that just came in, he got a response. He just couldn't cope with it. He didn't cause chaos. I mean, maybe that was his aim, but what he actually got was a response in regards to his question about edges. We just turned it into a globe debunking
This
on the spot.
garbage has an audience. Fucking sake.
Please don't swear.
No swearing. Shit.
No, please don't swear. Sorry, go ahead. Genuine, or whatever you are called.
Nah, just another troll. He's just abusing us and swearing. If I unmute him, he's just going to do the same thing.
Fair enough.
Sounds like he had a few.
It sounded like he was trying to make an argument from incredulity that the idea that we're speaking about how Earth is measured is absurd for some reason.
It's not about the Earth.
You know what the funny thing is? We get Globers in here coming into our room saying, "Oh, this is the best moderated room in the server." Yeah, they let us speak. We let them speak. Of course, we don't let them speak shit, but you know. Once they have a
You're
fallacy,
joking,
we
mate.
pull them up on it. But you know,
No swearing.
fuck off.
No need.
Is there any scientific evidence for a spirit card? That's the question of the day.
No.
Hang on. Are you Australian?
Yeah, QE knows
Oh, you're
me. I'm
allowed.
the kangaroo
No,
guy.
there's always the exception to the swearing rule. You're it.
Yeah, but I've never said cunt as much as you have the last time you were in
Please
there.
don't. This video will get demonetized. Please. Please don't.
Oh, sorry.
Isn't that a compliment in Australia
The
anyway?
rule doesn't apply to all Aussies then, just Timbo.
Oh, it does. No, it's unilaterally applied to all Australians. They're allowed to say fuck as much as they like.
And the C word, we call it see you next Tuesday.
Australians
That's a
do
compliment
overuse
in
that word
Australia, why?
almost as much as the British.
I think there's a delay. Sorry, I didn't mean to talk over.
Aren't you guys related?
Yeah, but we. Come
Brits
on,
and
QE.
Aussies, we overuse the
Take it
C
easy,
and
mate.
F word, I would say. Brits and Aussies specifically.
That didn't answer my question. I said, aren't you guys related? Don't red herring fallacy.
Apparently.
He might have been some distant cousin that was committing crimes and shipped off there, maybe. I don't know.
There you go.
No, I'm an immigrant. I came here on a plane. So
fair enough.
From the UK. My dad's Scottish and my mum's from Manchester.
How'd you cope with all the criminals?
Well, there aren't any. That's the
So
funny
I'm just
thing.
joking.
Yeah, I know.
No, just
But the
their
funny thing
offspring.
is, we actually don't have a big crime rate here. So
It's too hot.
not that bad. No,
Too
I'm
hot.
down south. It's really cold, but it's it's not that bad, man. Like,
Not to get off
actually
the
a pretty
beaten
good place to live.
trail. Not to get off the beaten
Yeah.
trail. I seen that guy in the mall with the knife. It was about a week ago or something. I found that really
Yeah, that's in
strange.
Sydney.
Is it?
Yeah, that's in Sydney.
Okay.
That's because we got no guns.
Oh,
Yeah,
what was
lucky
it?
we got the gun laws to prevent
Knife
things
crime.
like this from occurring.
I watched Joe Rogan talk about going into London because he's obviously familiar with rarish ghettos, and someone took him to London, and he said that the moment he arrived in some shithole part of London, he walked into the whatever territory he's gone to, I couldn't name it, and they immediately pounced on him with massive machetes and demanded his watch and phone. And he's like, I'm getting the hell out of here. He's like, damn, why did I not forget to take my watch off?
Come on. Name the suburb. Name the suburb.
There's plenty of shithole suburbs in London.
Why didn't Joe pull out his UFC?
When there's a load of masked gang members with machetes, I'd be handing my watch over too.
Well, dude, you guys have got a lot of crime with is it Pakistanis?
No, not especially.
No? Oh, okay.
No, I wouldn't
Trying to
say so.
shift. Trying to shift the burden
Sorry,
over
I'll
to some other damn racist.
No, he's
Sorry.
right. Have you seen the prices at corner shops?
I was raised in a predominantly Muslim community, so I was in the minority where I was raised in Birmingham, which is just another major city in England. And I was of the
Birmingham?
1% whites. That is to say that the black community and the white and perhaps Chinese communities were all like 1% of the community. And then maybe 10% were Sikh and the rest were Muslim. So I was in the minority amongst lots of Muslims. Now, when you're in a community like that, you get to see that the crime rate is just no different to anywhere else. It's just that particular community is predominantly Muslim. So what, as a white person, do you say, well, the Muslims are all, inclined towards crime? No. The percentage of the Muslims that are committing crime is no different to any other community. There's just always bad apples in any community. So the fact that community is in the majority sometimes can give someone who is in the minority the impression that is the culture, because you see that any crime is being committed by that group always. Well, yeah, they're in the majority, of course.
Yeah.
I bet you they're ballers.
Yeah, we can stereotype this crime, whoever race it is, but they're all ballers.
What were they seeking?
Well,
What
Well,
were they
that's the funny
seeking?
thing, yeah.
Listen to
How
'em.
many mass murderers are flat earthers? Probably zero.
Almost none. They're all ballers. We could do this
That's
all
my
day.
point. Thank you.
I like fun with stereotypes, but it's got to be disclaimed that you are acutely aware that you're utilising the fallacy. Unlike our opponents, who are probably acutely
Yeah.
aware that they're utilising fallacy, and when it's pointed out to them, they go la 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 through the top of you.
I don't know if you guys have seen the there's a guy called Mind Shock who talks about logical
Oh,
fallacies quite a
yeah.
lot, and he's interested in the flat Earth globe Earth debate, and he did an analysis of the fallacies between Dave Farina and Dave Weiss.
Okay.
And it was something like 15 versus 400. Oh, okay, fair enough. You guys have seen it then. Yeah, it's hilarious because
I gave him a
obviously everyone
treatment.
here knows.
Obviously, I gave him a treatment. Mind shock, mind dump.
Yeah, that was
Knuckle
funny.
dragger.
He identifies
Oh, I'm sure
fallacies
he
where
is,
there
but
aren't necessarily fallacies. So you'll hear his ding, ding, ding going off, and there won't necessarily have been a fallacy committed. And he won't necessarily
Yeah, sure.
go through what's
the point I
the
was trying to get
cause of
to.
the dinging
Sorry,
bell.
Yeah, I mean the point I was trying to get to is his analysis of the Dave Farina Dave Weiss debate was interesting because it was like that virtually everything Dave Farina said was a fallacy, and I feel like he analysed that pretty well. That one I haven't seen a lot of his other stuff, so I don't know, but
Fair enough.
But it's interesting when you get these. Sorry, go on.
I don't think you can make a globe claim without making a fallacy, though.
I think you're right.
But, I mean, he would wrap like 4 fallacies into a single sentence. It was almost impressive.
Yeah, any kind of
Can you
statement
make a
that
globe
which will
claim without a fallacy, though?
I actually asked
No.
Dave Farina
No,
for a
you
chat.
can't.
I contacted him directly
You
and
can't.
said I'd like a chat with him, and he declined.
There's a surprise.
Not
did a
often
treatment
I do
on
that.
Dr.
I don't
Hold on.
often.
I did a treatment on Dr. Danny Faulkner the other day. In 40 minutes, he had over 173 fallacies. You do the math.
That was, yeah.
That's correct.
Flashy was taking count, wasn't she?
Yeah.
That's like 250 an hour. Wow.
He does actually break it down into a fallacy per hour or per minute rate. He did it with Tim Osman once and a few others. Right, QE? You'd work it out in fallacies per minute?
Yeah, Timmy Clown was a fallacy a minute. I think Danny has well eclipsed that.
Oh, no doubt.
250 an hour would be 4 a minute, something like that. Just
Yeah,
over
about
4 a
that.
minute.
Yeah, exactly. He's really, really overshadowed Tim Osman in terms of fallacy use. Surprising, really.
Hey,
Quite an
QE,
achievement.
didn't he took your image from the Black Swan and cut out all the rest of it, didn't he?
He cut off the bottom
Yeah, he cut the
statement
bottom off.
about the hype. Yeah.
Yeah.
It gets better. He cut the bottom off, and then when he introduced the image, he charged flat earthers with cherry picking and altering evidence to their ends.
Yeah.
And then presented that. Unreal.
Yeah.
Pure Hillary Clinton.
That was hilarious.
It's akin to smashing someone around the head with a baseball bat and saying, "Why do you beat me with baseball bats?" Nuts. They do it a lot, though. We had it from the guy in the pre-show, didn't we? Projection. This is a problem for you. What? A horizontal plane of reference that's flat? No, that's how it's done. But it's a problem for me because you've got to imagine and reify a globe beneath an imaginary line you make. That's not a problem for me. But they've got to project their pain onto us.
No, he was saying it's our problem. He claims the horizon's refracted. That's our problem.
Yeah. They keep trying to use a flat Earth and say it's a globe. What's wrong with them?
It's the first time we've had a positive response from somebody who was like, I think he's probably still here. I can't remember who it was. It might have been Jedi, though. That said, yeah, well, in the 24/7 Discord server, that's our attitude now as well. Well, would you not agree? Is the first time we've heard that?
Yes, it was some Jedi, and it was music to my ears.
Mine too. In other words, we're starting to
we
make
love Jedi.
Yeah, he's ace.
He's our man. Yeah.
But he's sleeping.
Either way, it's just nice to to hear that some of the momentum we're
You mean
building
Jetty?
is resulting in
Jetty?
people not wanting to come here because they don't want to lose to us, which is, what they're going to say about a server that's not mine. They're boycotting a server that isn't mine. It's just like, no, you've got no excuse now. But that sort of reputational proceeding isn't what I'm here to focus on. I'm glad that it's been echoed that people appreciate Earth is measured flat, and that's something you can proactively go forward with, because you can. And there's going to be
Where's
flat
that
earthers.
MPX?
Go on.
Where's that MPX idiot? Has he defined latitude yet? It's been like 4 days.
Probably not. Latitude's pretty important, though. Once you get to the point that they understand how latitude works, that's it. Your job is done as a flat earther. If you can just understand that one point, you won't have enough to go out and debate people on the subject, but you'll have enough to get on with your day and not worry about whether or not you're wrong. No, I understand how Earth is measured flat. That's it. Then you can get on with your day. From my audience's point of view, that's what I want for the 50% of the people who come here that were like me when I got to this subject. Right, I just want to know it's flat. Show me evidence. I remember getting banned from Globebusters live stream chat for going, what are you waffling on about this garbage for? Just give us the flat earth proof. Talk about that. And they banned me. She's like, well, all right, well, I'll have to do something then. It's only 10 years later.
That's what just happened to me, too.
You didn't talk about NASA photos.
Exactly. You need to talk about NASA photos. No, you don't. Talk about how it's measured flat.
Witcher claims nobody wants to debate him on ether, so I asked him what ether was.
Manifestation of the perturbation of the incoherent dielectric acceleration. What are you, stupid?
AQE, what's ether?
No, it's a medium where light propagates through.
A non-physical physical substance.
You can't have nothing and nothing.
So what I said was, so you have no proof. And he called me gay, and he pretty much muted me.
He called you gay?
And then they took a vote. Then they took a vote on Globebusters, who's on board with ether. And I counted 30, 40 people. I'm on board.
No,
there you have it.
They're seeking affirmation for the belief structure they're putting out. Wow, I didn't know that was going on.
Are you being
What
serious?
is subject thing about agreeing?
I'm being dead serious, Chocolate. That's what happened when I went in Globebusters chat for about 10 minutes 2 weeks ago.
You all on board with this unicorn thing? Everyone cool with the unicorns? We all good with that? You can just write in the chat.
But the funny thing was they said, yeah, you're a Nathan fanboy. I said, the minute Nathan starts claiming anything that can't be validated, I'm either gone or I'm going to refute him. But after what Richard just said, you're all just jumping on board. Nobody's trying to refute him. And I'm a fanboy.
A cat's litter box couldn't refute him. Somebody asked me what was ether or ethers. I can only give you what people have told me. You ready?
Yes.
This was a group. This was a group of etherites, and they were asked a question in 24/7. There's about 5 of them. This is the answers that I got. You ready? There's 20 of them. Non-manifested medium, the oneness, the dome, magnetic fields, space, the substance of space, liquid flowing in and out of matter, everything, photons, the background medium. We can see it. We can't see it. Quantum foam, subtle energy, inertia, lightning, no cookies, vacuum energy, air pressure, and spirit of creation.
And electrifa.
Spirit of creation.
What is it? We can see it. Oh, we can't see it. What is it? We can't see it.
I want to hear. See, that's what they're trying to invoke God with it. The spirit of creation. No.
Spirit of creation. We are living in the age of Aquarius. Bloody hippies.
I told you, they're trying to link it up with God.
My favorite was no cookies.
What's that? No cookies.
Yeah, no cookies. That's the answer that I got. So I wrote it down.
Nah, my favorite was we can see it, followed by we can't see it.
Well, I was actually going to ask you to clarify that because it was my favorite, but I thought I heard wrong. And then I thought I was going to be a dickhead.
No, you heard right.
Everybody knows the ether is not.
No cookies.
Did they mean no cookies like in the internet when you use cookies?
You're gonna have to ask them, Neil. I didn't ask a follow-up question.
Yeah, why would you at that point?
Why, you didn't want the cowbell on the no cookies?
Negative.
Copy that.
Did anybody say milk?
Yeah, actually got a
Because you can't
description.
have cookies without milk.
I trimmed it into a video. Do you want to hear it? Without protestation
Yes.
or procrastination, and at no risk of demonstration, the ether sensation is the manifestation of the vibration when viewing libration, and the perturbation in the variation of a background radiation when we view illumination. There is no postulation in my verbal masturbation because perception of the visualization of light emanation in a rotation toroidation of magnetization through vacuum evacuation show the maximalization propagation with a motion demonstration phase quantization via quantum induction validation, where we view the Michelson-Morley experimentation showing consistent variation in the direction when illumination went on vacation at elevation in atmospheric stratification by interpretation, and that is a miniaturization of the ether explanation. If you lack comprehension, it's because of your education. Did I mention the free power generation? Long live the ether. This is a declaration and not a theora hypothesization. Subscribe to Nathan Oakley 1980.
Did you just say that right now, or you played that?
I read it out.
He read it out. He screwed it up in a lot of
That's still
spots.
amazing.
You've been reading my journal?
We just
He sounded
wrote
like
down a lot of the
Sylvester
stuff that they said, mostly Witsit.
You need to add no cookies to that.
No cookies doesn't rhyme with
You
any
need
of
to
that.
put you need to put a beat behind that.
Shut up, chocolate.
Negative.
That would be hard to spit.
Classification.
Wait, did you ask for the classification of the ether sensation?
Of the Emancipation Proclamation.
See, the problem is you guys are trying to. I can't get it out.
It depends on the generation who will give the classification of the ether sensation in the perturbation of the manifestation.
No, it's manipulation by flat Earth debate.
Manipulation of generation in classification.
Well, you're gonna get some. You're gonna get some. What do you call that? Backlash for saying that I'm telling you not to talk about it because it's stupid. You said that, Nathan.
What's stupid? What
Talking
quote?
about ether.
I'm telling you not to talk about it because it's stupid. End quote. Nathan Oakley. Yeah, stand by it.
Yeah, you're gonna get some backlash.
Oh no, really? Right, it's just us chatting amongst ourselves, and at some point this room's got to transition to a chaotic, free-for-all, flat Earth debate without us here. So, did you guys want to chit-chat without the politics server, and we'll return next Friday, hopefully to a more chit-chatty bunch of Globers?
If you come back every
That's what I
Friday,
had
the
to let
Globers won't be there on
Elder
a Friday.
That's what I was hinting at. Exactly. They won't be here if they know exactly when we're going to be here.
I knew they wouldn't be there. I didn't listen to the show today, but I take it that there wasn't loads of Globers because they knew you were going to be there.
Also, there's been Globers, just the moderation team, right? Just first and foremost, thank you. You're all ace. But it's a bit of a thankless task because if you do your job well, no one notices that you've done anything at all. And if you do your job badly, you end up getting an earful from me or people moaning about you. So it's kind of a never-win scenario. So I just want to acknowledge how top-notch the politics server mods are, because they are. So, and can we all thank them for having us so that we're welcome back next week?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, seriously.
Now,
Thank
what
you.
are you comparing them to?
politics, man.
Thank you for having us.
What are you comparing them to? Freaking that joke we were on yesterday? with the Bits crew.
Let's not moan about other servers that we will also frequent in future, please. Just say thank you to the politics server for having us.
You're more than
And if
welcome.
you'd like
Thank
to,
you already.
Right, we're going to stick around
yeah,
for a
and
chit
if you'd
chat.
like to change your day or just pop in, feel free. And yeah, we can sort that out.
Get some sleep,
The
AJ.
guy
Thank
talking
you.
right now.
Thank you for organising
The
all
guy.
this, AJ.
Sorry, Nathan. The guy talking right just then. Who was that? The
AJ.
mod?
Yes,
AJ.
AJ.
What's your name?
AJ.
AJ.
AJ. Props to you, AJ. You do a freaking hell of a job in here. Just want to tell you that.
Like 2 in the
It's good
morning
stuff,
for him
brother.
now.
Thanks, mate.
Right, we're going to ditch you guys.
AJ 's
Thank
in
you. We'll see you
Australia.
next week.
Yeah,
Thanks,
take care,
guys.
gentlemen.
Have a good one.
Or maybe see you next Tuesday in a bit.
Jedi.
Okay, right. I'm going to rejoin the Flat Earth debate server in case there's anybody in there. So I'm in there for next week. But I'm going to continue recording, so don't just assume that I've stopped recording. I am still recording. I just don't want to outstay my welcome in the politics server, considering how well it's going with us and them.
All the ballers are being our own server.
All the ballers will be in our server.
Probably.
There's
Well, I
nobody
mean,
in
we
there by
did
the
get
looks
the
of things.
phenomenology of a shoe. So, yeah.
Phenomenology. Oh shoot.
Yeah.
Tell you what, guys.
Laces are part of the phenomenology of a shoe.
Hey,
Oh
Ray.
yeah, that's right. I
Hold
got
on
that
just one sec,
right.
guys.
I got that right.
Can I just say hello to the one guy in our Discord server? Hey, Ray.
Hey Nathan, how are you, mate?
Very good. You sat in here on your own and you're ready to talk at a moment's notice. Amazing.
I know. Well, I figured you guys were going to jump back in here, and I appear to be the only one that had that idea. So, yay me!
You've got the power of future prediction. Amazing.
I know. I was just going to say, with regards to the politics server, it's just a shame about the time difference. I think because I popped in there this morning our time, so I'm Australia, Melbourne. So this morning would have been obviously the middle of the night for you guys, but this morning there were plenty of Globers in there, and there was a lot of discussion about stuff. It's just I think it's just a shame about the time difference, because by the time you guys get on, a lot of those people, a lot of them are from Australia as well that jump in there. They're already gone because it's 1 o'clock in the morning here now, so most of them aren't going to be jumping in and stuff. But I think that's probably part of the reason that there's maybe not that many of them in there. That and the fact that they know that you're going to come in and probably demolish them. But yeah, I just thought it was a bit of a shame, because this morning there was more than enough frustration in there with some of the crap they were talking. And yeah, there's just not enough of us to try and we can't articulate our arguments in the same way that you can. Like you guys and the guys on the panel are so learned and well versed in it that you can just machine gun your arguments off, no worries.
Especially
it's a bit harder for the rest of us, right?
Especially
we
John,
know it. We sort of know it.
Especially refracted
Yeah.
curvature, I find he's my favourite.
I think you're all brilliant, but it's just I try to come in and say my piece,
don't let him
but
do
I'm nowhere
that,
near
Brian.
as articulate as you guys.
We're rumpusing Ray now.
No. Sorry. I was talking for.
Why are you
longer than I
talking
probably
to
should have.
me?
That's Neil, by the way.
And where's Rodo? I got a piece of Rodo.
The problem, Neil, is that, and this is really for you, Nathan, it's true. That's why you keep bringing it up, trying to pretend it's a joke. And I've known it was true. That's why I said it. But I said it in a joking fashion. But I know it's true. And you know it's true. And you keep bringing it up, even well after it. You keep bringing it up because you know it's true.
I played.
Is that what it is? Is he trolling you?
That was played last night, right?
Because he's guilty about it being true.
It was replayed last night when
now,
this.
wait a second, Chocolate. If you listen, there'll be 4 guys that say something. Brian could be one. Adam, you, and me. Refracted wouldn't even say a word, and he'll say, "I heard refracted." Is that right, Brian?
Yeah, I heard refracted. That's he must. I'd say he's saying it in his sleep.
Well, I need to make a small correction because last time this conversation came up, I said, "Oh, my wife and I would probably agree if we were having this conversation now that Neil's our favourite. He's the most interesting character on the panel, right?" And my wife went, "Actually, no, Quantum Eraser's my favourite." That's what she said. I'm not joking.
He's all our favorite.
That's what she actually said.
Hey, she's got better taste than you.
That's a real backhanded slant to John Refracted Curvature.
Yeah.
All I hear is jealousy.
That's all I hear.
But in defense of Nathan, I told you, Brian, Nathan holds you very high, regardless of you pouting and sometimes feeling like you're not being listened to.
Yeah, exactly. Just not as high as John.
Sometimes like I'm not being listened. It's feeling. I don't have a feeling. It's actually happening.
What a load of nonsense. I thought you guys would be reflecting on the politics visit that we just had, but it wasn't as eventful as perhaps it could have been. You know, when they've not got the...
Brenda's over there still talking.
Of course.
She said, horizontal isn't a flat line. I said, horizontal's a flat line, Brenda. Horizontal is non-sloping, Brenda. That's flat, Brenda.
Yeah, it's mad. How they behave is quite bizarre when you actually break it down. And you hope that someone can look in from the outside, but they can't because everybody's on the globe side. So there is no looking in from the outside at their behaviour from a subjective standpoint. You can't look at it. You know, you can either look at it with disdain as a flat earther or laugh along like they've got a good point when they repeat their garbage that level's bent or something. If you're a glober, there's no in between where someone looks in and goes, "Wow, that behaviour's disgusting."
She just kept going. She just kept going. After I said, it's flat, it's flat. I'm sorry. Let me just finish. And I'm just like, and that's where you fail, and that's where you're done. You're done at level isn't horizontal, isn't flat. You know what I mean? You can't keep going. She keeps going. She kept going, but she can't.
Yeah, that's why it's kind of tailed off in the Discord server from politics, at least, because the moderation team hasn't changed. And they're like, no, we don't tolerate the long string of ad homs and the rinsing and repeating. So it goes from, well, we'll have a debate with you, lose, to we'll have a debate with you, but we'll rumpus the winning points. When that doesn't go over, i.e. in politics server, which it definitely doesn't, they're really good. What have they got? They haven't got anything to go forward with, so they just don't come. But they can't claim foul and say, oh, we're boycotting, like they could say about this server, because I'm obviously attached to it. Well, I'm not attached to that server. Well, why aren't you all here making your claims? Oh, you can only chant through the winning arguments as they come back at you when you make the claims, and then go silent. Or fall foul of the moderation team because you're just chanting through the rebuttal.
That was a good silence during the housekeeping questions. You know, they're always there. They're always fighting for exactly what the housekeeping questions ask. And then you ask them straight up, and they disappeared.
I can't remember who it was on the panel. I would say it was John, but I might get accused of favouritism. But I'm pretty sure that was a suggestion by John that eventually that they would all just fall silent to these arguments because they've got nowhere to go. And we should actually do that as a panel, as opposed to, I'm nearly there. We should just do the same as a panel, which is to say, when I ask the question now, none of the panel answer. They just sit in silence too, which is very, very effective. Sorry, Chocolate, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, we all know your favorite's chocolate.
My favourite's who?
Chocolate.
Did you get a phone call from Anthony Riley, Nathan?
I was going to do comedic timing and say yes after a very long pause, but that timing has now been shattered. No, I've not. Anthony's fallen out with me. He's got the hump.
Oh
my no. God. What step is that?
What is what?
You said there's 3 steps that Anthony cut you off. The first one was what?
Oh, he just gets the hump with you and stops talking to you.
Oh, so you're still at level 1. You're not cut out yet.
No. But it doesn't change the fact that he's very annoyed with me. You'll have to plug it in, Eleanor. It's not got any charge. Plug it in the charger over there.
Have you tried reaching out to him, or are you just leaving it in the hopes that he'll?
Yeah, I reached out for him.
To you?
In the first couple of weeks I did. I sent him several messages via various means, sent him a text. He ignored all of them.
Oh, that's all you can do.
He
really.
called.
So fair enough.
He called Adam.
Because Adam's his favourite.
Well, the thing with Anthony is Adam tried to warn him about the position he was trying to take. And he tried to explain to him why it wouldn't be a good idea to say that because it's obviously wrong. And he just ignored Adam and went forward and said some absurd things.
I can't even remember what the point was that he got the hump about, if I'm ruthlessly honest. I hope he doesn't take offence from that, if he was listening.
He was trying to say that we are reifying the horizon.
No, what he's saying is Brian's point yesterday about the distance measurement to Polaris, like that right there is a reification of a horizontal plane. That straight line, that level, that flat, that horizontal. And he's saying it's not really the Earth, so you can't say that. How do you guys not get that? But Brian articulated perfectly yesterday that it's actually a measurement, like an inch, like a meter, like a statute mile, the straight line distance.
That's what Anthony said? Because Brenda said the same thing today.
Well,
it started with him claiming the horizon had nothing to do with the surface of Earth and that there's horizons in the sky. And then it went on further to that. But yeah, it started at claiming we were reifying the horizon.
Someone said to me yesterday, the horizontal wasn't what we're measuring, what isn't Earth, and I said, oh, so what the thing that we're measuring isn't the thing that we're measuring?
Exactly. We phrase it so the horizontal plane of reference isn't being referenced. It's like, it's absurd. It's like, no, it's got nothing to do with the ground. What, when we're navigating the ground? That is what they've now descended to. It's pathetic.
Yeah, everybody's saying not the ground. Even the guy this morning.
Yeah. Guy this morning was like, I can prove the ground's spherical with seismology, and this guy was perfectly justified in telling off a flat earther because of it. I say, no, you'll need a flat plane for the angle return signal. No, curve angles. No, not curve angles. Horizontal plane of reference. Repetition number 1. And then it went on and on and on for 15 attempts.
Did he say that? No curve angles?
Basically, yeah. Yes, he did.
Wowzers.
Well, he invoked a tangent until I asked him to name it.
Where's Scott at, man? Scott's not in here? He's always talking about reciprocal zenith angles. He dropped a diagram last night. And I said, hey, you don't need the radius for any of that? And he's like, no, we're calculating the radius. I said, okay, beautiful. So how do you know the distance or the divergence between the two verticals then? He wouldn't answer. I just wanted to know. I was just being nosy.
How are you even getting vertical without it being in respect to a flat plane? You know what I mean? It's like one step past the point almost.
As we had concluded from the politics server today, and Brenda especially, these words could just identify as whatever they would like. So obviously, vertical could just identify as horizontal. Why the fuck not?
You're
What,
talking
that
about a
doesn't check
person
out?
that's identifying as a woman, and it's a man. Did you think about that?
Yeah, I did. That's why I made the statement I did. And it was
I was gonna say that.
brilliant because I got her to actually say, yeah. And then you heard me say, yeah. Keep telling us about it. Yes, please.
I was gonna say that, but I chose not to.
I left that at an implication or implied type thing, right? Slightly more subtly, but I'm sure the
Yeah,
people
no,
who
I like to blurt it out.
Nah, because that's not
You
the
know
focus.
me, Chocolate. I like to blurt it out.
I know, but that's not the focus, especially in my brain at that moment.
Can I just say that Anthony's position was, I don't know what his position is now, Anthony's position was that there is no Earth at the horizon. So the horizon is not the Earth, even though it's 50% the Earth. The other 50% is the sky. That was his position. That's what I was holding him to. That's what he got held to with me and John and Neil one evening on a private call, or an after show or something. Now, he might have changed his position, but that was his position. And I'm never letting that go. Just not special treatment. I just think that Nathan shouldn't have laid off a little bit on. Shouldn't have muted Anthony. Leave Anthony. I think you should have worked it differently because all you did once you muted him, you gave him an excuse not to give out. You know what I mean as well.
Yeah, okay, but he was muted because Anthony talks through everyone.
Yeah, he'd been doing it for me
I know.
for about 3 hours
He's like
prior
a baller
to
who's
that
made a
show.
point, and then you start talking, and then he
That's
has
myself
to
on
cut
mute
in
that server.
immediately.
Prior to that show, Anthony had been having the conversation with me on Skype, and he'd been doing that to me for about 3 solid hours. So you hear me in the show going, yeah, you might get away with this when we're having a personal call, but when I've got a live audience, I'm going to have to shut you down. I can't allow you to just rumpus the live show. So the rules change. But prior to that, he'd been doing that for 3 straight hours to me on Skype.
He also did the same thing with Adam.
Yeah, I mean, when he was talking to me in Refracted and Neil, it was how he was talking more or less straight through me when he had a chance anyway. So I understand that. But I'm just saying, I suppose I understand why you had to do what you had to do. But from his point of view, it was an insult to him. But then again, his behavior should have been.
Should I let him rumpus? Should I let him take precedent over the live stream viewers?
No, but he needs to be. I just think that maybe you hit him with the mute a bit soon.
Probably,
I don't know.
Okay, that's why I explained about him. Hold on.
Right.
Okay, I'll agree. Just let me agree and then disagree. It'll be 10 seconds. Yeah, it could be perceived that way on the live stream, bearing in mind that pre-show and Skype call added up to about 3 hours of him rumpusing the crap out of me non-stop. So from the perception of, you see the live stream, it's like he does it 2 or 3 times and then I just shut down that line and give my response to the live stream audience. And you're saying, oh, wow, when you shut down his line and gave your response without him being able to or allowed to fully mute the entire discussion, as he'd done for 3 straight hours, it could be perceived as me cutting him off early or too prematurely. That's why I'm justifying it by saying, no, I've been doing it for hours up until that point. But other than that, perception-wise, yeah, it could be perceived that way on the live stream.
But look, I understand that you were going for several hours before that with him, and I understand the frustration. He's like, okay, I can't put up with this any longer, especially if it's going to be interrupting the show. I get that. But even at that, I'm only saying that he would view it, I haven't talked to him, but he'd view it as you just treated him like a baller. But he was behaving in that way.
Right.
He must accept that, and that's the problem. Like, this is turning into, he's not around because you muted him. No, he's not around because he was making stupid claims. And when he was called on those claims, and shown to be wrong, he wouldn't concede. That's why he's not around.
I hate to get off the beaten path here, but I don't know when Nathan's going to close out. Did you already close out politics?
I closed out politics just because AJ had a word and was like, look, 10 hours is a bit much. Can you tell me how long? And I was like, a couple of hours, 3 hours. He was like, yeah, that's fine. I'll schedule it so that people know that during that time there'll be proper moderation and also very little from Globers if they haven't got the ability to rumpus and cause chaos. So, yeah, at the point that it's like, yeah, we've been here a couple of hours, 3 hours, I've now detached ourselves and gone back into our own server.
It was a closed-ended question?
Yes. Or no, depending on the question.
That was the close-ended question. I dropped, Brian, you can get back to your pummeling of Anthony here in a second. I dropped a video in there that I ran across last night. It's Reschooling Flat Earthers and Nathan Oakley. It's some random idiot. I only listened to a couple minutes of it, but I dropped it in Ballbusters, just so you know.
We should play that.
I think I've seen him before somewhere. I can't place him.
Hey, Nathan, did you see the comment I put in from a border? You probably saw it. It was on your comments. I put it into Master B last night. ZZ Curve is this guy. He says, I'm waiting for Nathan, I'm waiting for you, Nathan, or any flat earther for that fact, to demonstrate a sextant for me. Demonstrate a sextant.
I took it as demonstrate celestial navigation.
Yeah,
oh,
but
I sent that to you, Brian.
I know.
There you. Oh, you say okay. Go ahead. Start.
So, what does he want us to hold one up and demonstrate it, or does he want celestial navigation to be demonstrated? Because he could rent a boat.
You might be looking too much into that, Neil. I think I just laugh at it for what it is.
Nah, come on. He was saying demonstrate celestial navigation. That's what he was saying. That's what a sextant user. He could go rent a boat and he could try himself.
I had a border tell me, right, he tried to say on a comment on my video that a plane flies from tangent to tangent, and because it's always going from one to the other, it always thinks that it's the tangent is the horizontal. So it never realizes more or less it's flying over a curve.
It always thinks
like that.
This is the sentient aeroplanes, right?
Sorry?
The sentient aeroplanes that aren't conscious of the fact that they're automatically going over curved surfaces, tangents to respect to balls that are made from flat Earth measurements. They're sentient, but they just don't realise that it's happening.
But that's what the pilot told my brother. That's exactly what that pilot told my brother. My brother's friend's a pilot. That's basically what he was saying.
Yeah, basically the sentiment was a load of horizontals are actually only tangents. So horizontal is not horizontal. No horizontal is horizontal at that stage. And that the reference is always to that tangent. Now, I've never seen a tangent in reality. And now, especially if we were on a globe, there wouldn't be tangents. There'd only be a curved surface, right? But they're trying to claim that every point is a new tangent and that every point is a horizontal. And that the plane is going from one small horizontal to another small horizontal, and they just never notice it. They never notice any curve, kind of thing.
Interestingly enough, that tangent that they're claiming, that's horizontal, it has a name in those mathematics that they're talking about. You know what they call it?
Yeah, I know what it's called. Oh, shoot. It's called surface level.
Not really, no, because the tangent is a point.
Should I put it on screen? No, not really. This is why you're not my favourite, Brian.
No, because the tangent is a tangent at a point.
No,
but it's a tangent at a point.
is not a point. A tangent is not a point. A tangent is only tangent at
the
a
tangent
point
itself is
of
not a point.
tangency. No, hold on. But the tangent that they are talking about is clearly labeled in the mathematics they're using to describe Earth curve. It is clearly labeled in all of them.
Yeah, but the Earth surface is not a tangent. That's the point. So the tangent is not a point, but it's a tangent at a point. That's what I'm saying. And the point it's a tangent at is a point on their globe surface. So the tangent is not the surface.
No.
The point is the surface.
Surface level. The tangent, the line that they're claiming is tangent to their sphere, is labeled surface level. That's what they're calling a tangent. Surface level.
Surface level is not a tangent. A tangent can't be the surface.
Yeah, no, it can't be in physical reality, but it is in their maths. The only point in their globe maths that has a point of tangency is the surface level, labelled as such. That is there's no other way to describe it. Mathematically, it's a tangent. It meets the point that you're at.
What's a tangent again?
Point where a straight line meets a curve.
Oh,
yeah, if they were flying tangent to tangent, the plane would have to kiss the Earth.
Hold on.
Where's the curve?
Just one sec. Go ahead, Raymond.
Sorry, I was just saying if they're claiming that they fly tangent to tangent, then it sounds like the plane would have to constantly kiss the Earth as it meets the tangent point, right?
Or take drastic angles as it moves on to the next tangent plane, right? Or nose down in a curve-like manner. Yeah, it doesn't do any of those things.
Yeah, the whole point of the claim is that the airplane pilot won't be nosing the plane down at any point to fly around a curved surface. That they'll just fly fly with an above horizontal pitch in a claimed apparent horizontal line, straight line, but actually be flying around a curve without adjusting for the curve. So it's actually an ignoring of their own curvature. They claim that pilots in airplanes, don't have to deal at all with curvature because there's nothing to deal with because it's all just apparently horizontal.
While using a word that invokes curvature just by the use of the word.
Yeah, but there was
that's why I ask what the hell is a tangent, because every time somebody says it's a straight line, it means a curved surface. My next question is, where's the curved surface?
There's not one.
Point to make.
Not even in their claim to be Earth curve calculator, there is no point where a curved surface meets a straight line. That never happens.
Brian, can I tell you the demonstration a guy showed me? He attached a toy plane onto the big hand of the clock with, like, say, a 3-inch piece of metal, like, that attached it to it, and he moved the hand around with the make-believe plane and said, "You see how it's flying around the ball? 3 inches the whole way." That's what they reverted to.
Yeah, that's impossible. They won't have any lift. That's the
Was
point.
it a spherical clock? What kind of clock is that?
Yeah, they used it as a boy. He just took the little toy plane and said that's how pilots do it.
But as it was going over the face of a clock, that's what you said, right?
No,
was it a spherical clock?
Hey. I made a point earlier about that person who was saying level isn't horizontal and things like the equidistant, and it makes no sense to me that they could even try to do that, because that would be implying that they know things like a core to a sphere that they're implying. It seems a silly argument to me.
Yeah, Nathan, your YouTube shorts are lacking one thing.
You're all distant. Eli.
Yeah, I'm saying that your YouTube shorts are lacking one thing.
What?
Sex appeal.
No, animation. You need an animator. Like when you're talking, there's a little animated person actually drawing out what you're saying so that people can see what you're saying. And obviously, like you're giving diagrams that are not ones that you've made up because people are going to claim that, but you can't claim that when we're doing it, mainstream style except with truth. You need that.
Okay. I'll get right on it.
I'm sure Adam could put something together.
That's what I tend to say. Adam will do it.
Right. Well, there was a guy today who was invoking Earth curve, right, saying level is curving. And I started
Eli, you're coughing into the show.
Eli, can you cough some more into the mic?
Sorry. You might need to pass that, right?
Yeah, don't
now I'm gonna get.
He's Bogart. It's a problem, right, Chocolate?
Now I'm gonna get sick.
Shut up, Neil. Stop Bogarting that thing. You guys know what Bogarting means?
Of course, you know what Bogart means.
Like Humphrey
I used
Bogart.
to smoke in my day.
But
Neil, shut up.
that guy
I never
today
thought I
who
would
was
hear
trying to
that.
say
Hold on. I never thought I would hear Chocolate say that.
Right.
That's it. I'm out of here.
You're out of here. Bye, Neil. And shut up while you leave.
Shut it up.
Funny.
You know, I was going to send you some freaking comments I got the other day. Chewy.
About what?
People claiming see, even Chewy sees how annoying you are. They seem to think I left the show because I was annoyed. I didn't. I was driving, and every time I tried to speak, I was getting, I was cutting people off.
Yeah, nobody cares.
All right. Yeah, nobody cares.
So I left. But they took it. Shut up, Nathan. They took it like I left because I was mad. I didn't. I just said, all right, forget it.
Yeah, you're good. You're fine. Yeah, they're numpties. I wouldn't be concerned. So Nathan, did you get that video?
What video would that be?
Yeah, the one I told you about in Ballbusters that I posted. It was some numpty dipshit. I don't know who. I've seen him before. I just can't place him. You might want to go through that. I time-stamped it. I did listen to the beginning of it, and it was really slow, but I got to the point where he started talking about you.
Oh, okay. No, I hadn't seen that. Sorry.
Yeah, it's in Ballbusters. I posted it in there. You can do with it what you will. You don't have to review it or anything. I like I said, I didn't listen to it.
Okay.
More people talking about Nathan? Boy, there's a surprise.
I thought that was an interesting tack that we're bad people because we don't make Nathan put up with their bullshit. That whole Eddie Bear thing today, where he was like, and you all are enabling him to talk like this to people. I was like, if you don't want to see Nathan mad, quit trying to make him mad.
Stop poking the bear.
Oh, I'm enabling a grown-ass man that lives across the ocean. That's yeah. Wow.
We not only put up with it, we encourage it.
Yeah, no, I do. Which, by the way, that was classic yesterday. How you was yelling at FC Montreal. I was eating that up. I'm in control here.
Was Nathan
I love it.
Was
I
Nathan
didn't
yelling
say
at
that. I asked him to work with me. I said, if I can't be in charge, then obviously I can't run the show from here. That's what I actually said. I didn't say I'm in. Maybe I did say that. I don't know.
Later on, you did. Yeah, you said that first, the way you said it just now. You did. But then they kept being little bitches.
I don't know. I feel like we are having success over there. It's just going to take longer.
This success over at the Land of Misfit Toys? I don't think so.
I was just going to say that. They're called the Misfit Toys for a reason. I mean, when QE puts a stamp on it, there's a reason for it.
If they've been poisoned into believing that our arguments are bunk or rubbish, then we need to proactively address that, right? I want them on our side, regardless of your derogatory opinions of them.
I understand.
Same goes for Witsit. Same goes for Jaren.
Okay. The way it could get on our side is Woodson and Jaren could stop talking about nonsense and stick to what you can validate, like Earth Measured Flat, Celestial Navigation, the Black Swan, and the other crew. They could just stop being little bitches and stop interrupting just to say no name calling and ignore the total ad homs that were thrown your way. That's how they could be on our team.
Yeah, it's frustrating because I have to interrupt when I'm being attacked personally, i.e. ad hommed. And they then tell me off for interrupting. You're like, oh, what?
Even after we went over how many times that insults and that weren't ad homs, we had a long discussion and then right back into it yesterday. Well, they're name calling. I'm married. You're a bitch.
Exactly my sentiment. And it was perfect because Eli highlighted it, how long it went on, and Jeremy jumped in because Nathan called him a coward. Where the hell was he the previous 10 minutes?
No, don't worry about it. Just stay with the arguments and don't. I don't think you're going to save those guys. I don't know what happened to them. What happened to them? Jeremy, SE Montreal. There's a couple others over there. The Land of Misfit Toys. There's not only flat earthers, the misfit flat earthers, but it's misfit ballers. People that I thought were out of the community all of a sudden showed up there one day. That's why I call them Land of Misfit Toys. But what happened to those flat earthers?
I don't know. I don't really get it. The only one I was a bit disappointed about was Rakir because I liked him. Like personally, I thought he was a nice guy.
Yeah, he's one of them. Rakir.
I was going to say that happened about a year and a half, 2 years ago is when that occurred because I used to listen in sometimes on Earth Awakenings and then I just completely left it and went straight just to 24/7 and you guys. So I haven't looked in there for about a year and a half.
Why?
Well, Rakir should have been invited to G+, and he was never invited to G+. That might be one of the reasons with Rakir.
Were they all Bevtar?
Oh, it was that time.
Good.
Exactly, Kiwi. That's what it was. There was the ether argument that Nathan told him off one time and got straight.
Was it the ether argument? Bevtards and ether are two different things.
Right. I mistaked him for Witsit. Sorry about that. It was the ether thing.
He got on with Bev first. Then he's lining up with Witsit now. But through the grapevine, I've heard they felt slighted because they were never invited to G+.
Who?
Really?
Really?
That's correct.
I stopped inviting people because I kept on asking them, and they were like, "No, I haven't got Skype." And it's like Skype is fundamental to being part of the G+ panel. It's our back office communication system. So if you can't get on Skype, then you can't be part of the G+ panel. So I kept on asking people, "Have you got Skype? Give me your address."
What Neil just said is not correct.
I thought it was.
No, that's not correct.
Surprise.
Did you get it from an accredited source or from experience with someone else, or did you just make it up
He
on
got
spot?
it from somebody.
I might have got it wrong.
You just make it up because then we'll assume it's wrong.
No, I may have
I
understood
may as well
wrong.
say it now because Neil, my God, no matter how many times I talk to Neil privately about it, he starts talking about it straight out on the show.
Hold on a second. No. I said I heard through the grapevine. And what's the big freaking deal?
So the grapevine, when you say just so we're clear, Neil, chill.
I asked
Neil,
you, Brian.
chill. Neil,
You sure that Nathan did not invite them?
Neil, chill.
And now you just heard that he invited them to Skype.
Yeah, we got all that 3 times. Thanks, Neil. So just so we're clear,
No,
when you
that's
say...
the first time I said it.
Try again. So when you say on the grapevine, you mean Brian told you?
I didn't say that. He came in and confessed that.
He didn't say the potato vine.
The potato
Bring
vine?
up the subject at all, Neil. If I talk to you about it privately, don't bring it up on the show unless you say it to me.
I didn't bring it up.
Now I have to. You did bring up the subject, so now I have to clear it. I was of the impression years ago that people like Rams, SE Montreal, Dave Rakia, and there was a few others. There's a few in Discord now, and I don't know if they want to be in on the G Plus panel. Who should have been on the G Plus panel, and they never ended up on it. And I thought that that's part of the reason why they kind of floated away from FED, because they got sick of just being stuck on Discord. I wasn't saying it as an absolute fact. I was saying it's a possibility that the fact that some of these people got stuck on Discord so long that they kind of floated away and then ended up part of the Try Thinking crew eventually. I'm just saying that maybe could have been avoided, if they had been given if they were given the option, do you want to come on to the panel?
That is the case.
We know.
That is
now
the case.
We know, Nathan. Brian started this.
Hold on a minute. But Brian gets
Everybody clear the airwaves. Sorry, did everybody not hear John start talking? Excuse me.
Well, I was
Go
definitely
ahead, John.
before John, so I know.
Don't forget about it. John's his favorite.
I know you fucking lying. I was definitely talking before John.
Hold on. I'm the favorite. Neil,
Shut the hell up and let Nathan talk. Shut up. What, Nathan? What's your take?
I was just going to ask John to go ahead. Go ahead, John.
I didn't have a point. I was just trying to interrupt Eli. It worked.
Well, I got to be honest. It was just nice hearing you talk, so I'm pleased either way.
Hold on. Let's get back to this. I did hear you say that you had asked them numerous times if they had Skype, and they did not respond.
Yes, he did. I heard him a few times.
Okay, so that throws that out the water, and that's what I was saying to you, Brian, that day. I'm sure Nathan's invited them.
Now, I don't know specifically.
Well, it doesn't matter.
I don't know specifically that he did offer Skype. He'd always asked, "Do you have Skype?" I've heard that a number of times. I don't know who it was directed to, though. So that's a little bit fuzzy.
Yeah,
okay, so then what's his issue with QE then?
The point is, Neil.
Hold on a second, Brian. I heard my name. Whose issue with QE?
Rakia, because he doesn't associate with you either.
I don't know.
You're bad too. So do you have Skype that you didn't invite him to?
I have Skype. I didn't invite him. It's not my show.
As a grown man, I don't want to believe that this is the reasoning behind all this nonsense, is that somebody didn't invite me to a specific chat. Please tell me we're kidding right now, right?
Let's go ask him. Okay, let's
I don't give a
land in this with toys.
What are we going to ask him? Why do you behave quite hostile and give favoritism to our opponents? Oh, it's because we assumed it's because you didn't get an invite to G+. Can we just clarify if that's the case or not?
Yes. Yeah, exactly.
No, that's exactly why Brian didn't want me to bring it up. So don't do that.
No, I don't want you bringing it up because I spoke with you about it privately. That's why the whole to bring it up.
Shut up, you two girls. Let's go ask him.
I didn't say it. I said,
Shut up.
I heard
gives a
All
shit?
right, fine.
Yeah. Stop fucking with your little
Fine.
pillow fights.
Fine.
Let's get over there. Let's go ask him that question. I want to know. Nathan.
Yeah, I won't be doing that.
Yes, you will be doing that.
I'm trying to go over there and make friends and influence people. You have labelled them the land of misfit toys. So, diplomatically speaking, I'm pretty sure I'm in a better position than you.
Yes, I think
It's like good cop, bad cop.
Yeah, we'll play good cop, bad cop. I'll ask him.
Nathan's become a politician.
Yeah, you've got to be of a certain frame of mind when you're trying to make friends and influence people. And that's what we're trying to do. Now, it seems bizarre that I have to, cuddle up to people to let them know Earth's measured flat, but that's how things have presented themselves to us. So be it. I can't do anything about it, can I? Other than continue to work with what I got. Well, guys, a lot of people who want to be defensive against what, in my opinion, is the best possible evidence you could ever have.
So, would you be, next time you go over and if I come in, would it be a problem if I said, wait a second, especially if Rocky is in there, even if he's not, if I asked him the question?
Do whatever you want.
All right.
Go talk to Neil privately.
Can we go now?
I'll stop, Brian. I resisted you about that then, too, because I knew that wasn't the reason. He lined up with Bevtard because he's a Bevtard. He doesn't like the way Nathan talks to people, like the same bullshit. They're offended at the way Nathan talks to people.
Shut up, now. John sounded mad 10 years old just now. Can we go now? Can we go?
First of all, where were you, Brian? I did not see your icon. I did not see your icon when I leaked
Can
that.
you give
Where the
people
hell did you
30
come
seconds
from,
to
and how did
breathe
you
up?
hear that?
What the hell?
Neil, relax.
Relax,
Chocolate's
Neil.
trying to say something here.
Oh, sorry, Chocolate.
I've got a special admiration for how Chocolate handled Brenda with redefining words and their meanings. Very subtle. Doesn't even need a tick box, Chocolate. Don't elaborate on that because you were so subtle. Like I say, didn't even need declaration to YouTube. Perfect.
Thank you.
Yeah, you refresh my memory. What do you say?
No, because I will probably skirt the lines too closely. You'll have to go back and listen.
It's what he didn't say.
It's what he didn't say. But yeah, you took the words out of my mouth, Neil.
I almost blew it, though, because I was going to say that. You're talking to a person, and I won't go on, but you know what I was going to say.
I can imagine, and I would have
made an
probably done the same.
inclination towards that, too,
Chocolate's
but you
got the
guys
gift
didn't
of
get it.
subtlety. QE hasn't.
I made an inclination to that, too, but you didn't catch it.
Well, you don't have to worry about Neil not saying something he shouldn't say.
I almost told the guy in the politics server off because he kept saying Brendan. And then I was like, look, man, come on. But I didn't want to jump the gun and assume that he was saying Brendan, but that's what I was hearing. And then it turns out there is actually a different guest called Brendan.
Yeah, right below her. I've seen it on the show when I tuned in today. He was right below her.
Right.
So back to SE Montreal and those guys. Can we go over now?
You go ahead, knock yourself out. Let us know how you get on.
I can't. I'm banned.
Or you have to come in via me, do you?
Shut up, John.
What is specifically the question? Are you guys like off with us because of X? Is that really the question we want to be asking?
I think you articulated it well before. I don't think I could do it. Let me think about it. I'll formulate.
I got the general gist of it. A lot of them were FED fans, people who were in the chat.
Why did you end up hanging in with Bev? Why did you stop hanging in with us and start hanging in with Bev? That's the real question.
We'll put Bev
that's the real question, because then you get the absolute. Then you get the real question.
What happened to you? What happened to you guys? You guys were squared away. You guys were fighting the good fight, and then all of a sudden, you turned into bitches.
Well,
there you go. That's perfect.
The thing about it is, go back about 2 years ago, and I would have said, yeah, hang in with Bev. But now it's completely different because Bev's has become kind of a cult of some weird cult situation. I don't know what to call it.
Some retard.
I don't know what the hell is that happening over there. But
what's up with your fallacious modus Collins, Brian?
The conclusion is fallacious.
Yeah.
Fallacious modus tollens. Oh my God.
So back to my question. Where the hell were you, Brian? I did not see your icon when I leaked that information. What, you just pop out of nowhere?
I came back in and I heard you say it. I got cut off by my internet.
Damn, I wasn't fast enough.
Brian, I
couldn't resist that, though. Come on.
If I robbed the bank with you, you'd never.
No, that's you. No. That I charged to you because you threw me under the bus.
I'm not finished. I said if I robbed the bank with you, you'd never, ever rat me out. But what you would do is very loudly tell someone in a shop in front of a detective that you robbed the bank with blah blah fella who lives in such and such an apartment.
Stop! You did that to me. Only weapon me.
How dare you, Brian? How dare you question his criminal integrity? What a freaking outrage.
No, he should have denied because he ratted me out one day. He said it was Neil. And I said, gee, I'll never rob a bank with you, Brian.
I did rat him out one day.
I remember it. It was very funny. Timing is everything, Neil. It's okay to rat someone out and completely betray their trust, so long as you get a laugh.
So you had your first discussion with dogs are gods today, Nathan.
I thought it was Andrew Johnson. I kept calling him Andrew.
Oh, we've been dealing with him for a good year now.
Yeah, I started slagging off Andrew Johnson. I was like, this guy's got loads of stock accounts. He's a complete troll. Why are you even here? And he's like, I've got one account. I've never spoken to you before. My name is blah, blah, blah. And I was like, oh, right, I'm really sorry. I thought you were Andrew.
And why did you stop him? He was going to pay refracted curvature $200.
Yeah, right. You're having me on.
Information because he lost the bet. You don't know.
John, props. Just cut through that shit immediately because that was a nice little dangle for you to bite on, wasn't it? And you just immediately cut that shit down and took the concession, which was worth more than $200, I might add.
So I was having a discussion with him last week where he was going to provide me a citation. So he provided the citation for this scientific experiment. It was a magazine article. There was no hypothesis. There was no independent or dependent variable listed. There was nothing in it. So then he tells me specifically to look on page 9. And he tells me what page 9 is going to say. So I go to page 9. Anything that he stated is not in page 9. So I pull him up, put a screenshot, call him out on it. And then he says, oh, no, sorry. It's not on page 9. That's from a quote I was reading. I said, well, your quote's not the citation, so provide the citation. Oh, yep, give me 5 minutes. I'll be back with the citation. Disappeared, haven't seen him for a week. I pulled him up for it tonight, and then he just can't remember what we were discussing at that time. I've got some screenshots there. I sent him to remind him, but
that's called neutral outcome debating. So he's got nothing. Here's a citation. It's 25 pages. No, you need to put quote marks around something, and if you're going to reference where you got that citation from, you need to tell me what the book was or who it was that said it, not give me 20 pages. Well, it's on page 9. Okay, well, that isn't what I asked you for, so I've got to go searching down this citation. Right, okay. So then you go to page 9, and there's nothing there. But for a time, temporarily, the people who have listened to him say, I've got a citation, I've posted it, it's on page 9, think he's winning. Got to lie to Glurf, so I called it right about him then. It's just a liar.
Oh, yeah,
Oh, they all
100%.
do
You'll
that.
never get anything from him.
Yeah, you missed it. He just didn't say, wasn't just reprimanding that guy. He didn't want to be his friend anymore.
What?
That guy that came in and you were debating, when he was talking about, what do you call it? The guy Andrew today. When he first came in, you were saying that he was reprimanding somebody about the argument. Not only that, he befriended the guy.
Yeah, that was the
I
tail end.
unfriended him. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I got you. That was the tail end of the conversation we joined in on. But the justification for the tail end of the conversation was that a flat earther's getting berated because he didn't understand how seismology proves Earth's a globe. Therefore, he was getting shouted at and spoken down to, berated, justifiably according to this dude. I'm like, you need a flat earth for that. You need a horizontal plane of reference. You're getting return angles. So the conversation continues. And at some point, although I didn't do that, I was, in the back of my mind, I'm like, at some point, if I absolutely tear into you, I'll give the justification you gave. You were wrong. Therefore, justifiably, I can rip you a new one and then make out like nothing's happened.
Yeah, that was some of your best work this morning. I was impressed.
Oh, well, thank you very much, Neil.
Oh, yeah, the 24/7 guys were loving it, yeah?
I was about to
Especially
ask, I hope the
Jedi,
guys
he
in
was in the
politics
chat.
liked it. Good.
Yep, Jedi was in the chat. He just wanted to jump in and just confirm everything that you were saying and say, listen here, mate, you stuffed it up the minute you mentioned angles. You just walked straight into a trap.
Couldn't have been better.
What happened? Somebody was debating. Somebody mentioned angles and chopped their own
no,
head
he
off
didn't.
with that, I'm assuming.
Not exactly. He just talked about seismology proving a globe. And I stepped in and said, you'll need a horizontal plane of reference for the return angles. And then I had to go and concede that you're using angles in the methodology. He didn't mention them, I did. But I was keen to.
Yes. Okay.
I was keen to rapidly get that server talking about globe Earth claims and how I can instantly turn them into a positive assertion of a flat Earth measurement. So I was quick. I wanted to rapidly get that onto you proving a flat Earth with this. So hence I introduced angles, not him. But just pure chance that he happened to mention a subject that I'm very familiar with.
Sonogram, or is that different?
What's that, sorry? The sonogram, the principles are the same, right? You're getting a return angle. If you're talking about P waves, primary waves and secondary waves, what are those waves and what are you getting from them? The principle's the same. Or anything else. It doesn't really matter what they bring up. Radar, you need a flat Earth for that. Mapping, you need a flat Earth for that. Building, you need a flat Earth. It doesn't matter what they bring up, does it, Neil? All roads lead to a flat Earth. It's only a couple of connections at worst case scenario to get them back to the flat Earth measurement they need.
Yep, the Genesis is flat Earth.
Well, I've had some very interesting discussions this week because the 24/7 server has branched out again like they did in politics, but into a Islamic server. So I've been in there debating flat Earth as a Christian. So it's been an interesting week for me.
You can put that music over the top of some shorts. Ding-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling-a, ding-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling-a. No?
I don't think that's Muslim, Nathan.
That's funny.
What is it, just Christians, well, in your case, Christians versus what? Islam?
No. We've got the 24/7 server, so they approached us about putting a room in there, a flat Earth room in their server, just like we have in politics.
Oh,
so there's been a few of us over in there.
Oh, I see. Oh, the other way around to what I thought. Oh, okay. Well, that is a lot more interesting.
Yeah. So just flat Earth again, and same moderators from the politics server. Yeah, an Islamic channel.
Awesome.
Hey, some guy came in the chat and said he was a Muslim guy, and he said he has a problem with Mark chapter 10, Mark chapter 10, verse 18. I said, really? I got a problem with your whole book.
Well, I've actually learned a lot this week as a Christian about what they believe, and actually most of it have been very respectful towards me and the other moderators. It's when they start arguing themselves about their own books is when it gets very aggressive.
Sounds familiar.
Have you ever tried to read the Quran?
Nathan, did you
No, I
like
actually
that?
haven't.
The irony. Where's Adam when we need him?
Well, what I've learnt this week is that some of them will just go by the Quran, which says the earth is flat, and they will be flat earthers. And then others go by the other book. Oh, man, what's the name of it now? Can't even think of it. But there's another book that's written a fair few generations later that's found about 1,000 miles from where this dude. Yeah, the Hadiths, that's it. So apparently,
that's just sayings of imams.
That's right. Yes. So some of them take it very seriously. So the ones that don't and go by the Quran will say it's flat, but the ones that go by the Hadith and hold a lot of weight in that will say that it's not due to the sayings in there and the explanations in there. But from their description that they gave me, the Hadith's basically a commentary. Yeah. So I just started telling them I don't want to hear about their commentary. Just tell me what your Quran says, because from my understanding, it's flat.
It's exactly what the Talmud is to the first 5 books of Moses, to the Torah. It's sayings of rabbis.
That's lovely. So what's it exactly say?
It says it's flat. There's various different flat Earth videos from various different high up clerics or whatever you'd call them in the hierarchy of that religion, talking about what the Quran says, and it says it's flat.
That's it?
Yeah.
Yep, that's it. That's it. I would dig you out a few clips of them reading from it, but I can't be bothered. I don't lend any credence to this at all. No offense. If you're a Christian and you lean on your book for flat Earth proof, I don't lend it anything at all. It wouldn't make any difference if it was Buddhists. But there we go.
All right, fair enough. Did they say it's not moving and contained?
The only ones I can remember say
some
flat.
Some of them do, some of them don't. Same as the Christian argument, yeah. Some of them do, some of them don't.
What about the Quran, though? What does the Quran say?
Them, the book.
Oh, the book. Well, yeah, the Quran says that it's spread out like a blanket. It's spread out like a rug. I think it's in the end times that God's going to wipe all the mountains and trees off the earth and leave a flat plain. There's quite a few verses in their book that state that.
Perfect. I'm glad you can remember some of them. You've jogged my memory. No, from memory, QE, none of them talked about it being stationary from my recollection or contained from my recollection, but many of them, as was just listed, say it's flat.
Yeah, that's my understanding, yes.
Does it matter what any of these books say when it's measured and navigated flat?
Totally agree.
No, it doesn't.
I agree. So which is the only concern about a server like that. It's like, well, what are you going to argue about? Your belief in flat Earth based on your book and your belief in non-flat Earth based on your book. It's like two believers arguing about belief. Like, well,
no, I've kept the Bible out of it. I've stuck to the facts, stuck to the science, and I have had quite a few conversations there where they've gone straight over to the original 24/7 server and been verified and quite interested in the topic.
Oh, okay.
And,
so it is the case that you can just offer up matter of fact and things that aren't actually a debatable point in rebuttal to their belief?
Yes.
Perfect. When job's good and everyone's a winner. Earth will be demonstrated to be measured flat. Who cares what the book says?
Thank you, Nathan.
Yeah.
Thank you, Nathan,
of course,
for
we
saying
get
that.
those people that bring it in. But yeah, I've learned some interesting stuff, and I've had some pretty interesting conversations this week. I was just, yeah.
Thank you, Nathan, for saying that. What's up, fellas? I'm glad you said that because that's one of the things that I always say. I said in the past regarding belief, because you give a glober a gateway, open door to claim to use anything in the Bible, no matter how almighty you think the Bible is, which I've always said to Tenth and everybody. At the end of the day, man transcribed it, and it is a belief faith text. So if you use that, if you use that,
That's incorrect.
if you use that, let me finish. Let me finish. Quit being rude, Neil. Quit being rude, Neil. Quit being rude, Neil.
Use that.
Shut up, Neil.
Quit being rude, please. What I'm saying is, all you do, Neil, and all everybody else does, no matter whether it's the Quran, whether it's the Viva, whether it's the Opaski, any books that speaks of the Creator from different cultures, if you talk about belief up against a glober, then they can say to you, you're basing it not on facts, but on belief. Period. That's the point Nathan is saying. So instead of talking about what my book says, what my book says under my belief, what my book says under my belief, well, my book says the same thing, even if they're all in cahoots saying the same thing. To say that to an atheist or to say that to a glober, which most are, pretty much coincide the same, even though there's some people that claim to believe in God, believe in a spinning globe. But I'm saying, if you speak about belief, when it comes to what Nathan's talking about, the tangible physics and scientific facts and measurements, you give them a gateway and an open door to say, well, that's you believe, then you believe that according to what you believe. And then you say, no, my book says it.
No.
My book says it.
So would I be fine?
Nobody says that here.
Hold on. Hello.
Not
AJ's the only one with any experience. Like AJ, give hello.
God, Nathan.
Hello. AJ's the only. Hello. He's got a first-hand account to give. Go ahead, AJ.
So me, myself, I don't use the Bible as evidence, even though I am a Christian, due to the fact that, yes, atheists, other religions won't take that as evidence. If someone genuinely asks me the question, of course, I'll discuss that as a topic, but it's not what I bring forward as evidence to any of the discussions, even in this server. But what I'm finding is that we'll have one guy there that is a flat earther and he believes his Quran, another guy who isn't a flat earther who believes something from the Quran or this hadith, and then those two just go at it like, man, it's full on.
So glad you said that. Now I can give for Neil's benefit a disclaimer, which is to say the standard is just a different standard. It's not to say that the standard isn't high enough, because when you're talking about biblical evidence, it's a historic standard. That's just not what we do here. So it's not to say that somebody who may enter into a debate and say, no, I can justify this first-hand account. My primary source evidence is the Bible. Here's how I justify it, and here's the timeline for all of the supporting documents prior and up to and after. You can do that with the Bible, not easily, but it's just a very, very well-resourced book in terms of you being able to offer primary sources for it, which is excellent. You can reach a really high historic standard with the Bible. Now, I'm not familiar enough with the Quran to say if that's true for the Quran also. Let's just assume it is. But that's just not the standard here, is it?
And I agree, but I agree what AJ was saying. But just like those two people who believe in the Quran but have different perspectives and different interpretations, same goes with people that read the Bible. We've discussed it. Daniel Faulkner is one of them, whether you want to call him a liar or somebody that misinterprets it.
That's
There's
wrong.
People that believe in the Bible that literally...
I just want to correct you. Danny Faulkner doesn't reference the Bible when he's trying to prove a globe. He barely even mentions it. He barely even mentions it.
I'm not saying he is. I'm talking about people that use, and we know, if we're going to act like we don't remember, we know people. We've even heard Neil criticize people who claim, even the 10th man said he had a problem with his pastor or where his church was. There are people who claim to be Bible interpreting theologians even that misinterpret and misappropriate the and push and purport the globe spinning earth thing. They even use it with the term circle. They do this round or whatever. I mean, there are debates within each each faction of faith that go through this. But the fact is that, like you said, when it comes to measurements and everything, you can't argue with that with the secular side. But all I know is all ancient civilizations have known that it was a flat plane. So for Daniel Faulkner or whoever to say 2,000 years ago they knew this and that there was a globe, that's all lies. They all knew it was a flat plane. I'm not saying AJ or anybody in here. Nobody does that here. But we know that there are people out there. And what I'm saying is that Globers, they like when you do that because when you talk about belief or anything connected to belief versus tangible evidence, irrefutable tangible evidence with measurements and celestial navigation, angles, and all the things that we discuss here, that leaves a little bit of a window, a crack in the window for an atheist or not even an atheist, any Glober or a pro spherical earth spinning to say, well, that's what you believe. I believe the other side.
Can you repeat that all again? I didn't get it the first 2 times.
Well, you do.
Don't use the word believe.
Michael,
Don't use the word believe.
Can I make a point here?
You can. I just read out a quick chat
Would it be
message.
possible?
Just a quick chat message. Michael Kahn says, "Shut up, Neil." Wow. Go ahead, Brian.
Right. Would it be possible to align the same events in the Quran as is in the Bible to go against Faulkner and people like him? It's like if there's the same
the exact thing that I said I really didn't want to happen. Ugh.
I've got a lot of those passages if you wanted to cite Quranic scripture for the nature of Earth. You've got just as, not as many, but you've got a different set, but all of which will confirm flat Earth.
Is Danny Faulkner claiming to be Muslim?
He hardly claims to be Christian when he makes his globe argument, or moreover, telling us our flat earthers are wrong. Very little biblical scripture is ever referred to ever by Danny Faulkner.
That's not my point.
Right, but does he claim to be Muslim? Why would we introduce a Muslim text
Hold on, I just
to someone
checked.
who
Just give me a sec.
Leave
Hold on,
me
I just
make my
need to
point
check.
better.
Don't leave it open-ended, Brian. Yes, he is Muslim.
Okay. So leave me make my point this time, right? You know this thing, you know the part in the Bible where it talks about God causing the sun to stop? Let's just say something like that. If there was a mirroring detailing of the same event in the Quran and how it's described in that would only take what Danny tries to describe it as, which is the globe Earth stopping rotating. That would only take that and show it to be even more ridiculous, because you have a second spiritual text detailing the same event, let's just say, or the same thing, and detailing it the same way.
Hold on, we need a Quran
That's
expert.
what I mean.
Neil
and Brian,
does the sun stop in the Quran?
And before you,
I'll double check, but I don't.
Doesn't sound like Neil. Go ahead, Adam.
I double check, but I don't think there's that much duplication. Certainly, a very specific Jewish event. There's duplication in terms of the formation of Israel with Ishmael and Isaac and things like that, but I don't think Joshua's going to be.
Exactly. That's the whole problem. That's what I'm saying. They believe in the Ishmael side. They don't go into Jacob. They don't go into Jacob's side or the Isaac side. They talk about the side of the other side. That's what they push. That's what they purport more in the Quran. They don't talk about Joshua. They don't talk about all of the different Israelites or anything like that. It's like that's a feud. That's a family feud. But what I'm saying to Brian, I like what Brian said. I don't think it's relevant whether it's the Quran, whether it's the Viva, no matter what book it is. All I'm saying is belief. Let's not base it on beliefs.
I know that.
Yeah, we already know.
I don't need to hear that.
Answer the
I
question?
already aware of that. I'm purely talking about
Did
concerning
anybody
Danny
answer the question
Faulkner.
of where?
Come on, Chocolate.
Sorry, Brian. No, the question you asked before. It's interesting. Does the Earth stop or the sun stop in the Quran?
No,
Like,
that's what they're saying.
No, okay.
It's not in there.
Yeah, they don't
Well,
even mention the
that
event.
specific. It doesn't have to be that specific. That was just an example. The point I'm making.
No, I get
is
it.
to show.
I'm just saying it was an interesting. It was an interesting point I never thought about. That's why I asked. Go ahead, man. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm just saying that it would just show up Danny Faulkner to be even more anti-Bible when the same thing is being described in both books.
Nah, all we need is the Christian Bible. We're good.
No. All we need are the measurements.
Thank you, Nathan. Thank you.
AJ, back to you, mate.
The Bible is Danny Faulkner. The problem is that Danny Faulkner is taking something that's in the Bible and he's turning it around and making it heliocentric. Whereas if there was a slightly different description of the same event in the Quran, it would lead credence to the one that's in the Bible and show Faulkner up to be completely false.
We got you, Brian. We understand what you're saying. But no.
I actually changed my mind. I think it's an excellent idea, and you should chase that down to the fullest extent, Brian.
So we're going to indict Danny Faulkner's Christianity based on a Muslim book.
Yeah, that's precisely right. Because he accepts that fully. He'll accept the contradiction when shown in a different religious book. I'm certain of it. Because he is Muslim. I looked it up.
Good. Can we take us on a different slant? I don't want to get past this by since D Rose is in here and Brian needs to do some research on a topic and D Rose is the principal.
I'll be doing none of it.
You can ask Adam.
What the hell has this got to do with me being a principal?
You're the principal in Brian's research on a point source of light and what is the limit of how far we could see it.
Am I? How did that happen?
Yeah, you got to ask an ophthalmologist or an I don't know about an optometrist. But Brian's got the question. Brian, did you give a ghost on this one already?
I forgot all about that.
I have no idea what he's talking about, Brian. Do you?
Yeah, Huey wants me to find out via D. Rose.
Start again,
Huey
Brian.
wants me to find out via D. Rose what is the maximum distance that a human eye would be able to see at point source of light.
Okay. I will find that out from an optometrist.
On a black background.
I thought it was already. I thought this was already calculated with the lumen scale. Is this not already a thing?
I don't know.
I think it's calculated in lumens. It's like how much a one candle you can resolve.
We could go by what Nathan thinks, or we could leave D. Rose find out from an expert.
we could.
Okay.
I could play that game too.
Thanks, Brian.
So, is this a serious question for me to do?
Yes. Yes, it's serious. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. So give me. I'm gonna give you a scenario. What I'm saying is, I have a pin light or a laser light, and I'm standing in the woods, okay, and I'm pointing it in a tree-free, forest-free woods. I'm trying to figure out what's the distance of that light beam, that light ray, from that device to hit and touch or to reach the distance of in the black background at night, for instance.
No.
That's basically the metaphor, right? That's the metaphor.
No,
right?
we just want to. No, don't start using laser lights because then they start giving equations to do with it.
Oh, I got you. So
how far away can you resolve a light?
Don't on a black background.
Source of light.
Yeah, on a black
source
background.
Of light.
Yeah.
Holy shit! Shut up, D-Roll, so you can hear it.
Yeah.
Everyone all at once.
Source of light on a black background. How far away would that point source of light need to be before the human eye would not be able to see it?
Got you.
Okay. Do we have a guess? Can we have a guess?
You're not gonna give me a real life scenario of someone like a.
Keep it simple. Keep it simple.
I know. I'm not
Can we have a little
asking
guess?
I want to keep it in my mind what I'm asking, so when they give me the answer, I can understand what I'm looking for in a scenario, real life scenario. I'm standing somewhere and I'm looking for a lighthouse, or I'm looking for a light.
Hold on. Hold on. This is BS. This is BS. I literally posted something specifically about this like 5 weeks ago.
Well, thanks.
Yeah, and Brian posted something about it a couple of weeks before that. What's your point?
That the expert opinion y'all are looking for is in this article I'm about to find.
We got Brian here.
What's the answer?
Oh,
What's the bloody answer?
Now all you got to do is follow it up with an impersonation of QE. You're right on.
So we could wait and find out if this article is still around, or we could get D-Rose to find out off
I got it right
expert.
now, buddy. Get out of here.
I really don't understand what's going on here. Why is D Rose being set homework exactly?
Because he works with optometrists.
Okay, so I'll ask right now. Hold on, guys.
Okay, you did mention that.
There you go. That's the guy that's on the team.
Several times, Nathan. Several times, Nathan. Keep up.
First ask here, so we know what you're asking, and then ask.
I have more questions for you, D-Rose, when you're back.
So let's just acknowledge Eli. Yeah, fine. You did it 4 weeks ago. Yeah,
confused I've been in like 7 years.
Okay.
They're all at lunch
you got
right now.
because you got a bunch of retards in here.
I don't know what the hell's going on.
They're all at lunch right now. I'll ask later.
What did you say later? Are you saying goodbye?
No. I'm saying I want Chopper to reiterate the question better than, being that he's the one that posted allegedly. What am I, concisely, what am I asking?
That was Eli.
Chocolate. That was Eli.
What distance must one be before the natural human eye can see a source of light? That's the simple question, right?
I'm going to go with
a black background.
On a black background.
I'm going to go with 8.
Say, for example,
8.
What background?
Any other guesses? I'm going to go with 8. Anyone else got a guess?
No.
8 what? 8 miles?
Just black background, point source of light. How far away does that point source of light need to be before the human eye can't see it anymore?
Cannot
Keep it
see
simple.
it anymore.
No, 7.
Don't bring scenarios into it. Don't bring
Isn't the example like a candle?
No examples. He just said no examples.
Just keep it simple.
Like examples.
When you asked for an example, he told you to keep it simple. So just keep it simple. What's your problem?
Like a candle.
It could be a candle. It's a point source of light on a black background. It's really simple.
Not a laser. Not a laser. Make
Here's
that
a good
clear to
example.
him.
Here's a good example. QE is Frankenstein.
No,
QE is, shut up.
No, Neil. Bloody hell.
QE is in the woods. He's Frankenstein, hiding from the township. He sees a torch. How far away does the person with the torch have to go before Frankenstein QE can't see it no more?
That was a good one.
That's fine. I don't mind that. You can use my name in it.
Just don't use a laser.
What's the current rhetoric with how light behaves from a heliocentrist point of view?
It bends.
Bends around the globe.
But also, mathematically, the globe just expands. So it's kind of a bit convoluted. Mathematically, they don't really know what they're saying when they say light bends, because light isn't bending in their maths, the globe expands. But they say light bends, it's all refracted, which means they never get a horizontal plane to reference, or a straight line to anything ever for a tangent. It kind of destroys their geometry when they say it's refracted, but they've been saying it for 4 years. They're idiots.
So, okay, that's
within that
interesting.
paradigm.
So, are they? How do they describe light coming from the sun to Earth? Is it parallel? Is it
almost parallel?
Almost parallel.
Official, because they can't claim it's parallel. They can't. This thing, they can't claim it's parallel.
Not almost. They say slightly.
Light is not bending.
It's funny how we laugh at that, but they've literally said that though. Like,
they do.
It's just a little bit.
So close to being parallel. So close to being parallel that you could consider it parallel.
She's almost pregnant. She's almost pregnant.
Almost.
It can be thought of as a force, but it's not a force.
But you can think of it like a force.
She's not quite pregnant. 90%, 95% pregnant.
So, just I'm trying to wrap my head around it. So, if that's their argument that light's coming in almost parallel from the sun, every other star in the heliocentric rhetoric is essentially another sun to some degree that would be emitting light in very much the same way.
No. No. When you assert that the light is all coming in parallel, number one, don't get too hung up on why.
Almost.
But almost parallel. That the lights are at infinite distances when the practical application for having them parallel comes into effect. So for them, this is a bit of a sticky wicket. They've got set distances through Kepler and Huygens, but when it comes to navigation, that's describing them all coming to the curved surface. They won't give you angles parallel. The only reason they do that is so they can transpose it to hell with Danny Faulkner's angles from hell on the equatorial plane. So don't get too hung up on the reasons
That doesn't work. That doesn't work.
No, it doesn't. I'm just telling you what happens.
The airplane and the Mariner, the pilot in the airplane at 6 miles above the Mariner will get the same angle to the same star at the same time.
I know. And
so that's not
I agree.
I
just agree with you.
Light does not explain that.
You moan at me for not letting the rhetoric of the globe come through. Here we go. Right. Yeah, they do disclaim that and have all the light meeting parallel planes at varying altitudes in the celestial navigation book. So you've got a globe in the diagram, and then you've got a tangent to the top of the surface of the sphere Earth, and then you've got a whole bunch of parallel planes that run up to the aeroplane that's on one of them. And then the light comes in parallel to that plane and all parallel planes below, and therefore can go to the centre of Earth in the page 87 justification for why, it still kind of works on a ball, here's how. It doesn't work, you're absolutely right. Just to make clear, I should have really let you go because you clarified why it didn't work, but there we go. But that's how they say it works. That's the justification to answer the question about it coming in parallel. It's so they can transpose it onto a flat plane in hell. However, the point I interrupted and said you were wrong was when you said, no, they've got these set distances and they're all certain sizes. That all gets thrown out the window for navigation for the globe. They're just infinitely distant.
Yeah, but his question was more about the heliocentric model. Yes, all these stars are also suns, and all the light from all these also suns is also almost exactly parallel hitting the globe surface. That's what it starts with the sun being their local star, and they extrapolated it. It all starts with Eratosthenes.
So I suppose sort of what I was getting at, and I might be way off base with this, but it was the idea that, okay, so you've got parallel or close to parallel light rays coming from millions and billions and trillions, however many they want to ascribe, of light sources in the known galaxy, universe, etc., presumably unimpeded, which is why we can see them in their rhetoric. Why isn't the Earth completely illuminated all the time?
That's a problem for them, an official problem. I can't remember the name of it now, but it's officially a problem for them. That is. So you're hitting on something that they've hit on themselves. I can't remember what they call it.
Yeah, it's a paradox, isn't it?
Olber's paradox.
That's it.
Who's that? Was that Flatsy? Who was the paradox by?
Yeah, that was me. I was saying the Olber's paradox is what it is.
Anyone familiar?
Yeah, I've heard of it.
The night sky
is that like Alder's razor?
Trillions and trillions of stars. Then every position in the night sky should have a correspondent star. Therefore, when we look at the sky, it should all be illuminated. It's Olber's paradox.
Should never be darkness.
Well, it's because they make the since they have to have such crazy distances for the stars, they make them mathematically that much brighter. So in the paradigm that all of them should be lit up and there should be no darkness in the vast universe.
There should be no day-night cycle on our globe.
That was what I was trying to wrap my head around.
Yeah, because no matter what direction their claim nighttime side is pointed to, that should be getting light directly from the stars.
What they claim
and apparently you can't use the excuse of the star is no longer there or it's a dead star or something like that, because apparently these things, the light from this thing, apparently is still coming to my eyes after it's been destroyed. I was told that when I was in elementary school. And they still say that.
It's the fundamentals of the claim is that because there are so many stars and the universe is so big that every single line of sight that you have should eventually resolve at a point of light, a star surface. So you should never see anything but light.
Which means that the globe, the dark side of the globe, should not exist within their paradigm. There should be, basically, it means there should be some form of daylight all the time. I know that's not what they claim when they're detailing the paradox. They're only talking about the sky. But if the sky is all lit up, then the globe will also be lit up. That's my point.
Wow.
Yeah, if the light's all coming in at parallel and it's unimpeded the entire way.
So you want to know?
And what?
I'm sorry to interrupt. You want to know the answer to the paradox?
Sorry.
Yeah, go on.
The paradox is resolved by the fact that the universe is expanding, which means that distant light has not yet reached us. That's non sequitur.
Hold on, that's a contradiction in terms. If you're looking at the light, to say because the universe is expanding, the light that would be filling the area of blackness hasn't reached us, it's like, well, what's reaching us in terms of the pinpoint light? That's not completely self-defeating.
It's a non sequitur fallacy.
Totally self-defeating.
Yep.
Well, that's not an answer to the paradox. That's the official line. That's the address to the official line because it's expanding.
The official line comes from Physics World, IOP Science. That's their answer.
I got an answer.
Science?
Yeah, that's
I got an answer, gentlemen.
Back to the body of science. Go ahead, D.
All right. From one source, Dr. Jan Guo, my ophthalmologist, cataract cornea specialist, he said, consider that question and answer it for yourself. There is no limitation for as look up to the sky in a black background as you see the stars.
I knew he was going to say that.
That's what he said. That's what he said.
Yeah, but there's no...
But hang on, did you ask someone or did you just go and Google that?
I asked Dr. Guo, whom I work with. He said, I asked him the question. He said, there is no limitation known, calculated.
That's the questions. Bring his dumb ass in here. Put him on the mic.
He said, because if you look at the sky at night, it's a black background and you can see.
We get it. We get it.
Yeah, but that's begging the question. That's pre-assuming.
Non sequitur. Get his ass on the microphone.
May I say that the answer to the question you're asking is in candelas. It's in candelas. Candelas are calculated from intensity of light.
That's what he said. Intensity of light, depending on the intensity of light.
Hold on a minute. Right. And a candela is based on the minimum measurable amount of light you can see, which has a distance limitation of, hold on one sec. Let me go back to what I was.
And while you're doing that, he did say it depends on the intensity of light. That was the premise of his conclusive answer.
Yeah, but
was that it depends on the intensity.
That's not a premise.
But that's contradictory.
Yep.
He's contradicting himself.
Well, I mean,
because he's saying if it depends on the intensity of light, then there must be a distance. That's our point. That's why I'm asking you the question.
Oh, okay. So there's different distances depending on the density of the light, the intensity of the light.
Well, if it depends on the intensity, then there has to be a distance.
And there has to be a distance. Doesn't
affect anything.
Yeah, bring that dumbass on the phone.
Okay, well, check this out. With that being said, if the intensity ranges from minimal to maximum or dull to the brightest, and the eye can see both, then depending on, so there is no limitation as long as the light is intense.
That's
freaking smoking crack again.
And then you're taking away the intensity argument. Then it's a triple contradiction.
Okay, but you can't say there's okay. So the final answer is that there's a limitation, right? Depending on the intensity, right? That's the answer.
No, that should be his answer. Are you sniffing glue?
No. Rotten mayonnaise.
Ask him, D-Rose. Ask him, D-Rose. Ask him. Tell him he's contradicting himself. Because tell him if it comes down to intensity, right? If it comes down to the intensity of light, then there has to be a distance where you can't see that point source. So there's no point in him telling me about the stars. He does not know.
Okay. So Brian, if you're looking for a lighthouse, there's going to be a limitation greater I mean, more constricted and limited than that of looking at stars in the
Yeah,
sky
but
because the lights.
that is diffraction. That's your diffraction limit as well. You know what I mean? Because the lighthouse is close to the water, so that's not going to flood. We're talking about where there isn't a diffraction limit. Well, what I mean is that
ask him if he knows what the diffraction limit is, and if he hesitates for 1 microsecond,
There you
kick him in
go.
the teeth. Just kick him right in the balls.
Diffraction limitation. There you go. The diffraction limitation. Oh, got you. Okay.
No. Just intensity. Don't complicate it. It's just ask him. Tell him
Kiwi to shut up.
We're saying it's a contradiction. Tell him because he says he can't talk about the star. He can't talk about the stars and us being able to see them no matter what distance they are, and then say it comes down to the intensity. No, he has to say, well, if it comes down to the intensity, then there will be a distance where we can't see them. Because don't they claim that the stars that we can't see without a telescope? That means the human eye would have to have a limit.
According to the heliocentric claim of stars being further than what we see in the sky, right?
Yeah, but they claim that the stars there we can't see with our eyes unless we have a telescope, a particular good one.
Okay.
So that means there has to be a limit.
Got you. But let's just imagine that the most intense light there is that of the stars, whether refraction or not, than on the surface of the Earth. Okay? And that is we don't know the actual distance of the stars because heliocentric say light years away. We know that's a lie.
Why are we doing all this?
We know that's a lie. We know that's
Pardon me. Would you like to hear the answer to the question?
Yes, John.
Yes. Thank you.
The way that it's calculated is to take the intensity, which is in candela, divide that by 0.25 and take the square root of that number, and that'll give you your distance of your beam.
We need to know the intensity. That's what?
What?
How do we get
That's not answering our question.
Well,
I want to know how big the point is.
Your question is dependent upon the intensity. You're asking about being able to see a point source of light on a black background at what distance. That is dependent upon its intensity, but it does have a limitation.
Yeah, that's what we want. We want the limitation.
I just gave it to you, dependent upon its intensity.
What the hell are these candelas? Are these candle? Adam, can you translate?
It's the only.
Yeah, no,
it's the only SI unit based on human perception.
Lumen output of one candle is a candela, is it not?
He said, "I just gave to you, dumb doorknob sucker."
Hey, shut up,
No.
Barbara.
The original term is based off a candle, but the candela is not conducive with one candle. No.
So what's candela mean?
Hold on,
it's a candela effect.
Shut the hell up, Neil.
Is it Tourette's afternoon?
Come on, that was a good one. The candela effect.
The candela effect.
Second time was better, Neil. I'll give it you.
Yeah, you got one.
I'm still none the wiser here.
Yeah, shockingly.
I want to know how big the point is.
A point source says, according to Rumpus, some years ago, has no angular size.
Well, how can it be a source if it's got no size?
I don't know.
Way into the details there, Adam.
What's it going to be? What does it have to be like the actual size of the object that's emitting this light along with the intensity? Would it have to be both? Or no?
Yes. I mean, it would have to exist to be emitting light. So Yeah, that's what the 0.25 is, because I think it's the limitation of the angular view of your eye.
Yeah, but I didn't say that. I said that the size of the object. Has IQ suddenly dropped since I've been gone?
Do you see an actual size, John? John, do you see an actual size? Is that what you're telling me? Does the actual size matter in apparent size?
We see an actual. Yeah, that's what I'm telling you. What the fuck?
Well, I just told you, and you said my IQ dropped because of it.
No, not yours. The whole room.
I'll just do a quick shout
The
out.
whole room.
1 second. Shout out to Central Goat, who just gives me money. Thank you.
Okay, so put the formula in Skype. Let's see it. And define all the variables for me, please. So I can go through this. For God's sake.
How old is this? Is this older than the claimed distance to the sun?
No.
You got a fruitcake.
I think a lot of this is.
Got a fruitcake ophthalmologist that immediately, without thinking of his educational background, go up to his heliocentric ball-tart spinning space monkey religion. What was this stars in space? And then rankings away. Fucking clown.
Yeah.
Get his dumb ass on this mic.
Yeah, get him in here, D-Rose.
Everybody here. Pull him in here and say we got someone you need to talk to.
Yeah, all of us.
Yeah.
And then stand beside him, and I'm going to ask him, I'm going to say diffraction limit, and if he hesitates, I want you to kick him right in the nuts.
The nuts.
I don't know how you want to explain all that to your wife later, but we'll deal with that afterwards.
Okay, where's this formula at, John? Mr. IQ.
This sounds like a formula you could backwork into a heliocentric paradigm.
I'm reading.
It's posted.
Okay, thank you.
That's for flashlights. So what I've got here, stellar luminosity and spectral analysis of more distant stars. The way you calculate a current star size in this is to use parallax. But stellar luminosity, this method involves measuring a star's apparent brightness, how bright it appears from Earth, and comparing it. This is the switcheroo, and comparing it to its intrinsic brightness, its actual luminosity.
Yes.
Astronomers analyzed the star's spectrum, which reveals its surface temperature and composition. Based on these factors and theoretical models, they can estimate the star's intrinsic luminosity. By comparing the apparent brightness to the estimated luminosity, astronomers can calculate the distance to the star. Then, similar to the parallax method, the star's angular size and estimated luminosity can be used to determine its diameter. There you go.
That's a reverse stuff horse shittery.
As called by Brian. Yeah. You could backwork that into any kind of heliocentric nonsense.
Yeah, even rubbish.
Yep.
Yeah, but that's not the actual relation for lumens, what you just described.
No, that's
Nathan could turn that into what he did with Ether.
What Adam just described is, it looks this bright, but it must be this bright instead. that's what it's like, let's be honest.
Because they're this far away.
Yeah, because they have to be really big and really far away, so it must be this bright. So their outcome is begging the question. They have to beg the question for their outcome.
Can you read that?
They have to compare the thing that they measure from Earth, as it appears from Earth, to its intrinsic brightness. And this is the point. Where do you get that from? So they measure the brightness, and then they go, well, I know that's what we measured, but that's wrong. Well, its actual brightness is this, because it needs to be this far away. We're back to circle. We're back to fossils and rocks, aren't we? We've got
exactly. Yep, you just got circle jerked. Hope you got dinner with it.
I think this will be good on the ball busters.
Only if all us retards
What's
can
wrong
join.
with using what's wrong with using the rocks to date the fossils and the fossils to date the rocks? What's wrong with that?
Hey, did you hear Neil? He said only if all of us retards can join.
I will say that you need an actual intensity before you can get a calculated intensity.
Yeah.
So the apparent intensity or the candelas as opposed to lumens is what you could actually measure.
But you see,
Okay, what are candelas? Go ahead. I'm going to get some coffee. Can somebody define candelas by the time I get back? Thanks.
Doesn't matter. It's how bright the bloody torch is. But when you're doing it with that, you've got the torch, you know how bright it is, you know how big it is, and you know how far it is away. Or you've got two of those, and you're going to solve for the third. That's not doable, especially if one of the things, i.e., how bright it is, you start off with the recognition that whatever you can actually measure isn't correct. It has to be brighter than that. So the number you're going to use is just a made-up number to put in. Whereas with the flashlight, you know how big the light is, what wattage the bulb is, therefore the number of lumens, candelas. Surely. Whereas this way, when we apply it to stars, we've got none of those parameters to resolve. We have to guess or make it up, as they said.
No. But you wouldn't be using the intensity of light then.
Its intrinsic brightness, I think, would be the comparable phrase to what, the flashlight we're resolving it. That'd be the intensity, wouldn't it? It's intrinsic brightness. What a made up word.
Yeah, but then that's not the lumen calculation or the candela calculation. You bastardized it at that point and made it into something it's not.
Yeah, so that you can make it so big and so far away, you have to. That's what they're saying. The method involves measuring a star's apparent brightness and comparing it to its intrinsic brightness, right? Well, you don't know its intrinsic. How can you know? The only thing you can measure is apparent brightness. How then do you establish its actual brightness, its intrinsic brightness? But you can't, can you?
But it doesn't have an apparent brightness. It just has a brightness. That's the point. There is no apparent brightness. It is as bright as it is from your position.
It's that bright, yeah. Well, it is apparent, I suppose, but it's this intrinsic.
Well, it is if you don't know the distance to it. But the point is that if you calculate the distance based off of its measured brightness, it won't match what they need it to match.
Right.
That's their problem, isn't it?
If I've got 50 different flashlights, right, and what I do is I wander out into the desert, Brian's at one end, and I just switch one on at an unknown distance. Brian doesn't know which flashlight it is, so how big the flashlight is and which intensity it is. How the hell could he make any determinant without any of the knowledge? If he can't look at the flashlight and know its luminosity, in fact, if he has to make the statement that the apparent brightness he receives, he knows is incorrect, you can't derive anything, can you?
No. And the candela is the only SI unit based on perception, solely on perception.
There's my learning for today. I don't know that. I like that, John.
Yeah, I'm apparently a retard for stating that, though.
All right, what's the answer? Yeah, you are a retard.
Go.
So, what's the answer?
I
Be
don't
careful,
get
that's Nathan's favourite you're talking about.
Can I just read out another chat quote? As Studio 68 says, quote, Luke, I am your father, end quote, Nelson Mandela.
Thanks. What's the damn answer to the question? What the hell is a candela?
Oh, Candela. I thought you said Mandela. Sorry.
It's an offense.
We never looked it up.
I thought it was a relevant chat comment. I was just wrong. Sorry. My bad.
So, what the hell? Define a candela.
It's a bit like a lumen.
I said it's an effect.
Brightness intensity.
Guess I'm not getting an answer.
the
Adam,
intensity.
go ahead. Sorry.
I've got a definition.
Well, let's hear it, retard.
It's okay. Here we go then. The candela is defined based on a specific scientific concept that monochromatic radiation, light of a single wavelength. The current definition states that one candela is the luminous intensity in a given direction of a source that emits a monochromatic radiation of frequency 540 times 10 to the power of the 12 hertz, corresponding to green light, and has a radiant intensity in that same direction of 1/683 watts per.
All right, shut up.
radian.
Shut up. I don't mean to be rude, but my phone went off as soon as I asked you. Can you start over and go slow?
I can. So basic then, it's an SI unit. The candela is one of the 7 fundamental units on which the entire SI system is built. It serves as a reference point for all of the units of light measurement, the technical definition being that of monochromatic radiation.
Stop. That's just monochromatic. That's just, there is no monochromatic light coming at your dumb ass from the sky. So that's what we're trying to find out. That's not monochromatic light.
No, but that's how they're going to give a value to the lumen or the candela, or that's what they're gonna use the amount of a source that emits a monochromatic radiation of frequency 540 times 10 to the 12 hertz. That's what they're going to use as their scalar for intensity of luminosity.
Hold on. If they're giving it in hertz, that's a frequency, right? So they're talking about
the frequency of the light. Yeah.
So it's about the diffraction pattern of the light, then.
No, it's about that specific frequency of that ray, that part of the light. How much of the light in that frequency you're detecting. It doesn't matter what other frequency of lights you detect in that same point source. The way they're going to determine the luminosity is the amount of 540 times 10 to 12 hertz.
That number.
Yeah, that bit of light is what they're going to measure to determine luminosities. That's what I'm reading anyway.
Okay.
John's.
Okay, thank you.
Is that it?
This sounds like something that was backworked with a heliocentric paradigm belief.
Why?
It's just the way it's, from what Adam's saying there now, obviously I'm not getting all of it correct maybe, but it just sounds like it's backworked, pre-assuming that the stars are suns and we're getting radiation from them.
Where did it say that?
Monochromatic radiation.
What's that got to do with heliocentrism?
Well, they do pre-assume that all the stars are suns and that we get a lot of radiation from the sun.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's not a monochromatic light source.
Well, I don't know what's going on. Obviously, it's above my station. Then.
Yeah, a monochromatic light source like a laser with a specific frequency.
Do they also call it a black
I
body?
know what you mean. Yeah.
They also say it's a black body, don't they?
Oh God.
No, that'd be the opposite. The exact opposite.
Yeah,
it's got
exactly.
one wavelength.
I don't think we're going to get an answer to this question. I think it's already poisoned. I need a test. I think this has too many variables, and everyone's gonna, just like that ophthalmologist or optometrist did. He's gonna automatically go to his fairy tale heliocentric belief, right? He's not gonna rely on his training or his knowledge, right? What's the first thing he said? Yep, because it's dark, it's sky. Good luck.
Yeah.
As Studio 68 from the chat says, Nelson Mandela was really good in Shawshank Redemption. I think he's a bit confused.
Oh, brother.
That was Will Smith.
That was Will Smith, you friggin' damn.
Right, sounds like that's my cue to round out this stream. With that, I'm going to say another massive, enormous thank you to both Discord and G Plus panels for making today's live, pre, after, and members-only live stream possible. Another thank you to Politics Server, although they're not here right now, and of course a massive thank you to my Flat Earth Debate Discord server for making this particular live stream section of the show possible. I've been Nathan Oakley. Massive thank you to you in the live stream chat for liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, hitting me up on PayPal, all that good stuff. I'll see you all in the next video.
What a lovely day!